and Deputy Head of International Relations for International Program, Ms. Masitoh Nur Rohma, my honorable colleagues, fellow lecturers, and staff of Department of International Relations, Universitas Islam Indonesia, our distinguished guests sitting in the back, and invited observers, and of course, today's stars, our beloved students of Department of International Relations. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude. We all are blessed today. We can gather here and attending the 9th Annual Diplomatic Course 2023, one of the program that has been continuously held in our department ever since this Department of Universitas Islam Indonesia first established in 2014. So it has been 9 years since our first diplomatic course, and we have come a long way from our very first diplomatic course. I am also delighted and honored to be standing here on this stage this morning.
Recording in progress.
All of your faces, of you, our first year students, who hopefully are just as excited to join this event and to participate in this event today. And I would like to share a story. I'm gonna keep it short because I'm not, you guys are more important than this, but I would like to share a story from yesterday's meeting with Ambassador Burhanuddin Badruzaman. So yesterday is our first agenda, which is public lecture with the Ambassador Burhan. And in my dialogue with him, there is one sentence that he said that stays with me, and I wholeheartedly agree. And I would also like to convey that sentence to you this morning. He said, people who are smart will lose out to people with more experience. So I would like to repeat that so that, I can make my point stronger. He said that people who are smart will lose out to people with more experience. So that means no matter how much knowledge you have, no matter how brilliant you are, the only thing that would make you excel and be able to face any challenge in life is by gaining as much experience in life as you can. So in that context, and in the context of today's event, you guys will act and role play as diplomats, as delegates from different countries in the world, which is the countries who are the member of organizations of Islamic cooperations. And I would like you to understand that this is all an opportunity for you to gain a priceless experience. It is our job in the department to give and facilitate you to gain that experience, but whether it is beneficial or not for you, it is all up to you. It all depends on you. So we hope that you make the most of the opportunity today, participate and contribute as much as you can, be excited, be enthusiastic, be curious, and of course don't forget to collaborate as well as you can with your teammates and your fellow delegates, of course. Because from this event, you can learn so many things from engaging in negotiation, persuasion, problem solving. You will practice your English. You can write and present your ideas and arguments, and so many other things. And all of this will be valuable for you in the future. So don't let it go to waste. And last but not least, I would like to express my highest appreciation to everyone who has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that everything goes smoothly. Thank you especially to our head of diplomacy laboratory, Mr. Utama, and his fellow head of laboratories, Mr. Haza, Ms. Dian, and Dr. Hasbi, and all the staff of Department of International Relations who probably have spent so many hours working and not enough sleeping these past few weeks to make sure this event can go smoothly. So let's give a round of applause to them. Mbak Dia, Mbak Leli, Mbak Mayang, Mas Akmal, Mas Asrofi, and Mas Zamzami. So on that note, I would like to end this speech. And once again, I hope you gain as much valuable experience as you can. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Karina. And I would like now, not to waste my time, but there are something that by the end of the meeting, there would be some awards that you will receive. Some of them are best delegate for a person who are active here, best delegations for the group, and the honorary mention is for a special group that we think that they have created a good or certain ambience in this session. Okay, without further ado, I give the time to the chair to lead the session. Okay, good luck, everyone.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Without further ado, before we start our session, there is something that I would like to note. I hope you guys you delegates, already familiar with the flow of the SDC, where we shall begin with the roll call and moving on to the general speaker list, and then to the formal debate, where there is a moderated caucus, unmoderated caucus, and so on. And you can end the formal debate with the suspension of the debate as a motion. I hope you guys have a fruitful debate in this session. Wish you all luck. Yeah, that's all I want to say in my opening speech. I think we shall share the screen first. One thing I want to note, delegates, in this session, there will be a working paper. So the submission for the working paper should be no more further than 10:45 a.m. So make sure before the delegates doing the debate, you guys also drafting the working paper that will be submitted at 10:45 a.m. That will be submitted with an email that will be an information for later on. So we shall begin with the roll call, delegates. Delegates of Afghanistan.
Present.
Delegates of Albania.
Delegate of Albania present and voting.
Delegates of Algeria.
Delegates of Algeria is present and voting.
Delegates of Azerbaijan.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Bahrain.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Bangladesh.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Brunei Darussalam.
Present.
Delegates of Burkina Faso.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Cameroon.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Chad.
The delegate of Chad is present and voting.
Delegates of Comoros.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Egypt.
Present.
Delegate of Gabon.
Delegate of Gabon present.
Delegates of Gambia. Sorry, delegates, we cannot hear you because the mic is off.
Delegates of Gambia present.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates of Chad. Sorry. Delegates of Guinea.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Indonesia.
Delegates of Indonesia present.
Delegates of Islamic Republic of Iran. Delegates of Iran, are you present?
Delegates of Iran present.
All right. Delegates of Iraq.
The delegates of Republic Iraq is present and voting.
Delegates of Jordan. All right, we can hear that. Delegates of Kazakhstan. Delegates
of Kazakhstan present.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates of Kuwait.
Delegate of Kuwait is present and voting.
Delegates of Kyrgyzstan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Lebanon.
Delegates of Lebanon is present and voting.
Delegates of Libya.
Delegates of Libya are present and voting.
Delegates of Malaysia.
Delegates of Malaysia is present and voting.
Delegates of Maldives.
Delegate of Maldives is present.
Delegates of Mali. Delegates of Mali.
And voting.
Delegates of Morocco.
Delegates of Morocco present and voting.
Delegates of Mozambique.
Delegates of Mozambique is present and voting.
Delegates of Niger.
The delegate from Niger is present and voting.
Delegates of Nigeria.
Delegates of Nigeria is present and voting.
Delegates of Oman.
The delegates of Oman is present and voting.
Delegates of Pakistan.
The delegates of Pakistan present and voting.
Delegates of Palestinian territory occupied territory in Palestinian.
Delegate of Palestine is present and voting.
Palestine. Delegates of Qatar.
Delegate of State Qatar is present and voting.
Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
Delegates from Saudi Arabia is present and voting.
Delegates of Senegal.
Delegates of Senegal is present.
Delegate of Sierra Leone.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Somalia.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Sudan.
Delegates of Sudan present and voting.
Delegate of Suriname.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Tajikistan.
Delegate of Tajikistan is present.
Delegate of Tunisia.
Delegates from Tunisia present and voting.
Delegates of Turkey.
Delegates of Turkey is present and voting.
Delegates of Turkmenistan.
Delegate of Turkmenistan is present and voting.
Delegates of Uganda.
Present.
Delegates of United Arab Emirates.
The delegates of United Arab Emirates is present.
Sorry, delegates, the voice is not clear. Could you please repeat?
Present.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates of Uzbekistan.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Yemen.
The delegates of Yemen is present and voting.
All right, thank you, delegates, for the roll call, and we shall begin first with the general speaker list. Yeah. All right. So, for those delegates who would like to speak upon the general speaker list, you could raise your placard now. Sana duluan, yang tengah sana. I think it's Somalia, right? Delegate of Somalia. If your delegate's name already said, please place down your placard. Okay, delegates of Somalia. Yang paling pojok yang pertama tadi. Siapa lagi ya? Delegates of just be Armenia. Armenia or Albania? Delegates of Brunei Darussalam. What's that? Delegates of Iran. Oh, no, delegate of Iraq. Yeah, Iraq, that's Iraq. Delegates of Delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Kuwait. Delegates of Kuwait, are you raising your hand? No, this is Kuwait. Delegates of Saudi Arabia. Okay, udah. Delegates of Afghanistan. Delegate of Albania. Delegates of Senegal. How many countries in our list, Rapporteur? All right, it's 10. Delegates, you could lower your placard now. All right. For the first one is delegates of Somalia. Delegates of Somalia. Before we start, is there any delegate who would like to edit the default time? If there is one to raise a point for that, please raise your placard now to change the time. The default time is 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right, seeing none, we shall begin with the general speaker list. For the first speaker is Somalia, and for the time is 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right. Okay. Delegates of Somalia, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, the Honorable Chairman. The political crisis in Sudan that was caused by ideological differences has resulted in the loss of Sudanese sovereignty and their role in international relations. This conflict also caused many losses of human rights, values, and fundamental freedoms for the Sudanese people themselves, thus violating human rights. The past actions that were addressed in the Jeddah Declaration on protecting civilians have many weaknesses because they only contains commitments without certain procedure and implementations. Somalia views this issue based on our foreign policy by promoting national, regional, and international peace and security. We believe this forum could be the way to tackle the Sudan political crisis through peaceful means that are based on OIC principles by concerning specific issues such as human rights, fundamental freedoms of Sudanese people, and respecting Sudan's sovereignty and political independence. We believe by concerning in specific issue, this forum could be the answer for this issue and also could answer the protection of the rights and safety of Sudanese people. Thank you. Back to the chair.
All right, thank you, delegates of Somalia. For the next delegates is delegates of Brunei Darussalam. Delegates of Brunei Darussalam, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Brunei Darussalam, the time and floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable chairs, respected members, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Sultan of Brunei expresses deep concern for the devastating situation happening in Sudan. This complex political crisis has resulted in immense challenges and calls for our unwavering commitment as well as our collective action. As we seek solution to this dire situation, it is crucial that we reflect upon the mission and principles of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, particularly as outlined in the preamble of the OIC Charter. We would like to, Brunei recognizes the significance of promoting peace and stability within the OIC framework. With this in mind, we call upon the OIC to properly provide humanitarian aid to the affected people of Sudan. In conclusion, the Sultan of Brunei believes in the power of cooperative effort and the role of unity in OIC in resolving conflict and alleviating humanitarian suffering. Therefore, we extend a cordial invitation to all esteemed delegates to put this into motion and actively participate to find effective and collective solutions that circulate.
Delegates of Brunei, your time has elapsed. You should stop speaking.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegation of Brunei Darussalam. For the next delegates is delegates of Iraq. Delegates of Iraq, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. The time and floor is yours, delegates.
Iraq, as member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, believes that the OIC, along with other Arab countries, has an obligation and an important role to play in interaction with the Sudanese governments against rebel group and related parties, and in terms of promoting peace. Also considering so many civilian victims, whether from Sudan or their countries, it is our obligation to have a concern about humanitarian crisis, to help the victim being evacuated and helped by the OIC countries. Because of its long history of coups and military incursion as a Muslim country, Iraq understands what Sudan is going through. Sudan relations with Iraq have improved since Iraq arrival as a Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs in Khartoum in 2004. Iraq regards the OIC and its member states as having an obligation to assist in resolving the military war in Sudan. This is also consistent with the OIC existing standard, which call for countries to promote world peace and security internally and externally, because Iraq thinks this armed war violates human rights and the right of Sudanese residents to live in peace
Delegates,
and security
your
with
time
Sudan.
has elapsed. You should stop speaking. Thank you, delegates of Iraq. For the next delegates is delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Turkey, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates, the time and floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, as a delegate of Republic Turkey in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, with the intention to convey our position on the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Sudan, we are aware that this crisis has had devastating consequences for the people of Sudan. And we feel a sense of responsibility to contribute towards finding effective solution. The humanitarian crisis in Sudan has brought about distressing conditions for the affected population. Food insecurity, displacement, and limited access to health care are serious challenges faced by Sudanese people today. We recognize the need for immediate action to assist those impacted and to seek long-term solutions to address this crisis. As Turkey, we support efforts to facilitate comprehensive and inclusive dialogue among all parties involved in the Sudan conflict. We believe that engaging all parties in dialogue is a crucial step toward achieving a sustainable and peaceful resolution. We support the role of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the international community in helping to bring about constructive dialogue. We also recognize the importance of providing urgent humanitarian aid at those affected by the crisis in Sudan. Thank you. Back to the chairman.
All right, thank you, delegates of Turkey. For the next speakers is delegates of Kuwait. Delegates of Kuwait, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Kuwait, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So, as we know that, in fact, the armed conflict in Sudan is not an international armed conflict, but an internal armed conflict. This armed conflict has created other problems in Sudan, such as the human rights crisis, forced displacement in various regions, such as Khartoum, Kordofan, and Darfur. In the midst of this conflict, there were several organizations that stepped in to help mediate the conflict, one of which was the OIC. OIC itself actually did not directly reprimand the parties involved, such as the RSF and SAF, but OIC tried to help resolve this problem by negotiating and mediating with the help of the countries involved in this OIC organization. We, the state of Kuwait, are part of the OIC member, but we did not immediately issue a solution to quickly resolve this conflict. Instead, we fully agree to all decisions issued by the OIC, namely resolving by negotiation. Another assistance solution that we suggest is that we want all members in the OIC organization to act quickly in evacuating civilians from all member countries in Sudan and providing protection to civilians in conflict areas.
Delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you for the speech.
Thank you, Chair.
For the next speaker is delegates of Saudi Arabia. Delegates of Saudi Arabia. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Saudi Arabia, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and esteemed members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the topic today is about Sudanese conflict. We rise to speak today with a heavy heart. We have all just witnessed a sudden and violent conflict in Europe. Sudanese conflict is a tragedy and is a reminder of the fragility of peace for Sudanese civilians. As the delegate of Saudi Arabia, we would like to offer our condolence to those affected by this conflict. We also want to express our deep concern about the potential for this conflict to escalate. This should have become the main concern of the international community, considering that many of the victims were civilians. Saudi Arabia emphasized that the Sudanese civilians are not involved in the conflict between the two military factions, so we must prioritize protecting them. We must all work together to prevent this from happening. We believe that engaging in dialogue and diplomacy is the best way to prevent further violence. We need to find a way to resolve this conflict peacefully. We urge all delegates to work together to find a solution to bring peace to Sudan. We cannot afford to let this conflict escalate any further. Back to the chair.
Thank you, delegates of Saudi Arabia. For the next speaker is delegate of Afghanistan. Delegates of Afghanistan, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Afghanistan, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you for the chair for the opportunity. Honorable Chair, Sudan's armed conflict is a considerable concern to the international community, especially for the delegates of OIC members as Islamic countries. So the delegates of Afghanistan regret that this conflict had not been resolved until now. Of course, there are many considerations why the conflict in Sudan should be resolved, because it also harms neighboring countries, such as refugees, economic decline, and so on. So, in addition, the conflict in Sudan should be resolved because it based on the Islamic principles that is mentioned in Quran Surah Al-Hujurah, verse 10, إِنَّمَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ إِخْوَةٌ فَأَصْلِحُوا بَيْنَ أَخَوَيْكُمْ وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُرْحَمُونَ. The believers are indeed brothers. Therefore, a reconciliation relation between your two brothers and fear Allah, so that you may have mercy. So the importance of the resolution of peace is formed to establish and see how important Ukhuwah Islamiyah is. So the delegates of Afghanistan would like to propose the peace resolution. That's all. We'll back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Afghanistan, for a beautiful speech. Moving on to the next speaker is delegates of Albania. Delegates of Albania, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Albania, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Chair and distinguished all delegate member of Organization of Islamic Cooperation, I, representative of the Republic of Albania, deeply concerned about the ongoing armed conflict in Sudan and its devastating impact on innocent lives. As member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, it's incumbent upon us to address this humanitarian crisis with utmost urgency and compassion. The conflict in Sudan has caused untold suffering to its people, leaving a trail of destruction and human tragedy. We cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of countless individuals who have lost their home, their loved ones, and their hope for a better future. As a nation that values peace and human rights, Albania urges all parties involved in the conflict to immediately cease hostilities and engage in genuine dialogue for a lasting resolution. We believe in the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity, but we also recognize the responsibility we hold as members of the international community to protect and support vulnerable population. The impact of this conflict on women, children, and marginalized communities has been particularly severe, and it's our moral duty to ensure their safety and well-being. Moreover, we call on all member states of OIC to rally behind Sudan and provide humanitarian assistance to those in need. In conclusion, let us remember the principle that bind us together as member of OIC, solidarity,
Delegates of
compassion, and
Albania, your
cooperation.
time has
Thank you.
elapsed. Thank you for your speech. Delegates of Albania, for the next speaker, and the last speaker on this general speaker list is Delegate of Senegal. Delegates of Senegal, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Senegal, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairperson. International peace is one of the main purposes of the Organizations of Islamic Cooperation. All member countries have a part in maintaining the welfare and international image of Islam without undermining the rights of the state itself. Anything that contradicts the purpose of the OIC, including human rights violations, is a serious concern that needs to be resolved. Senegal, as a country that has established bilateral relations with Sudan, condemns the military coup that is still happening in Sudan at this time. As one of the OIC members countries from the African continent, Senegal has the rights and valid voice the post-coup conflict that have been going to in African regions such as Sudan. The conflicts that have occurred in Sudan over the years have certainly caused great loss and took many lives. The unresolved military scope in Sudan has raised the concern of OIC member states, including Senegal. The UII obliges each of its member states to resolve disputes and in accordance with Articles 19 of the Charter of the Organization.
Delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you. Delegates of Senegal.
Thank you.
Moving on, we shall begin for the formal debate. So for now, the only points on motion that is in order is the opening of the debate. So, delegates, is there any points or motion on the floor? Please raise your hand. I haven't yet stopped speaking yet. So delegates, if there are any points of motion, you should raise your placard now. Delegates of Somalia.
The delegate of Somalia would like to propose a motion for moderated caucus for 10 minutes, each speaker time being 1 minute to discuss.
Sorry, delegates, the only motion that is allowed in order is opening of the debate.
Okay, thank you, the chair. We would like to rephrase our stance.
Formal debate, please. We cannot proceed for the formal debate. So could you please restate your motions, delegates?
The delegate of Somalia would like to propose a motion for open debate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. So for those who agrees upon the motion, you delegates should place your placard now. For the motion of opening of the debate, I suggest all of you raising your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If please don't lower your placard before we count. Okay, so please raise your placard who agree upon the motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so it's overwhelmingly yes. So this motion automatically passed. So moving on to the formal debate. You guys can lower your hand now. Delegates can lower your placard. So the first one, yeah, okay. Are there any points or motion, delegates? If there is points or motion, please raise your placard now. All right, for the first delegates is delegates of Somalia.
The delegate of Somalia would like to propose a motion for moderated caucus for 10 minutes, its speaker time being 1 minute, to discuss the solution for Sudanese refugee. Thank you.
Sorry, delegates, is it true it's solving Sudan trafficking for the topic?
the Sudanese refugee solution.
Sudan trafficking solution.
Nah, the solution for Sudanese refugees.
The solution for Sudan refugees. Okay, that is in order. So for the second delegates is delegates of Iran, delegates of Iran.
Resolution.
Please state your motions, delegates.
The delegate of Iran would like to raise a motion about Sudan health crisis for a moderated caucus for 20 minutes in total time and 2 minutes each speaker time. Thank you.
Sorry, delegates of Iran, could you please restate the topic because we cannot hear it clearly. Please state it clearly.
Sudan health crisis.
All right, thank you, delegates of Iran. So for the third delegates is delegates of Albania. Delegates of Albania, please state your motions, please.
Yeah, itu.
Thank you, Chairman. We are delegate from Albania. We would like propose a motion about empowering refugee community for self-reliance for moderate caucus. Total time 20 minutes and speaking time 2 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, delegates, could you please say it louder because it's quite small, your voice. Thank you.
We would like to propose a motion about empowering refugee community for self-reliance. And total time 20 minutes and speaking time 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. Okay, we shall begin for the voting procedure. We shall start from delegates of Iran, delegates of, delegates of, for the disruptive order. Okay, delegates of Iran, we vote for a motion from delegation of Iran, which is a moderated caucus. For the time is 20 minutes and the speaking time is 2 minutes. For the topic is Sudanese health crisis. So for those delegates who are agree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. For the motion from Iran, who are agrees upon the motion from Iran, for the topic is Sudanese health crisis. For those who are agree, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3. I will counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. All right. So there is only 3 delegates who are agrees upon the motion. So this motion is automatically fail. So for the second motion that is we will vote is the motion coming from Albania. For the total time is 20 minutes and each speaking time is 2 minutes. For the topic is empowering refugee community. So for those delegates who are agreeing upon this motion, please raise your placard now. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right. So there is only 23 delegates who are upon the motion. So this motion is failed because our procedural voting for simple majority is 26 in order a motion to be passed. So if you agree upon the motion, please raise your hand, okay? If you not agree, don't raise your hand. So for the last motion that it will be voted is coming from delegates of Somalia, delegates of delegates of Somalia raise a motion, moderate caucus, for the total time is 10 minutes and its speaking time is 1 minute. For the topic is solution for Sudan refugees. I suggest all of you raise your placard, because if we don't raise our placard, we will go back to general speaker list, okay? This is our first procedure of voting is already failed, so make sure you vote. Okay, so for those delegates who are agree upon the motion coming from Somalia, please raise your placard now. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Seeing is overwhelmingly vote agree upon this motion, so this motion is automatically passed. All right, so for those delegates who are, delegates of Somalia, would you like to speak first or last?
The delegate of Somalia would like to speak last.
Right, thank you. So for those delegates who wants to speak upon the motion, please raise your placard now. United Arab Emirates, delegates of Mali, delegates of Libya, delegates of Suriname, delegates of Yemen, delegates of Sudan. If your country name already recognized, please lower your hand, delegates. Delegates of Uganda, delegates of Malaysia, delegates of Niger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Delegates of how many speaker are we in, rapporteur? All right, so there is full. The list is already full, so please lower your placard. So the last delegate is Somalia. So for now, delegates of United Arab Emirates, delegates, the time will automatically start as soon as you start speaking. Okay, thank you. So delegates of United Arab Emirates, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of United Arab Emirates, the time and floor is yours.
Okay, the political crisis in Sudan has caused suffering of thousands of people who have been forced to leave their homes in search of protection and safety. As a nation committed to humanitarian values, the United Arab Emirates recognize the importance of providing adequate assistance and protection to these refugees. This motion underscores the urgency of providing humanitarian aid to the refugees, including provisions of food, clean water, and health care. We also offer the opportunity for those affected by the crisis and conflict to apply for United Arab Emirates citizenship, subject to meeting and species criteria and requirements. Moreover, the United Arab Emirates emphasizes the need for international collaboration in addressing the refugees issue. Through close cooperation, we can achieve sustainable solutions that have a positive impact on both the refugees and the host nations. In conclusion, the United Arab Emirates
Delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you, delegates of United Arab Emirates.
Thank you.
So for the next speaker is delegates of Mali. Delegates of Mali, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Mali, the time and floor is yours.
All right, as Sudan is currently unstable, we believe that civilians should seek refuge in safer regions to prevent more casualties. We call for the state members of OIC who are currently under violent conflicts to welcome Sudanese civilians. OIC states member who believe that they are capable of facilitating refugees may volunteer as host countries. To add, we almost must consider aiding the host countries in facilitating the refugees, as the solution will inevitably affect the hosting countries as well. To add, we would like to call for organizations such as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee to ease the process for refugee in moving from their home country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, delegates of Mali. So for the next speaker is delegates of Libya. Delegates of Libya, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Libya, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The state of Libya believes that the urgent situation for refugees should be swiftly resolved. In doing so, this reduces casualties and collateral damage, as well as improve overall survivability. To do so, the state of Libya urges member states of the OIC and the international organization community to fully accommodate refugees from Sudan by helping in the evacuation and providing shelter, as well as clean water and food to ensure the situation for the refugees are less difficult than it already is. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates of Libya. For the next speaker is delegates of Suriname. Delegates of Suriname. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. The time and floor is yours, delegate.
Thank you, Chair. Acknowledging the severe humanitarian situation in Sudan, Suriname faces the urgent need for humanitarian assistance and development aid in the country. Therefore, Suriname calls upon the international communicate, particularly OIC member states and relevant humanitarian organizations, to provide sustained support and funding for the initiative. This initiative aims to ease the suffering of affected communication, address the underlying cause, the displacement, and facilitate the safe return and reintegration of internally displaced persons. It also seeks to combat food insecurity and improve
Delegates
access to
of
basic
Suriname,
services.
your time has elapsed. I would like to remind all of the delegates, please speak loud and clear with your mic, because if you delegates, we cannot hear your voice and we cannot, notes your grades if you're not speaking loud and clear, because we cannot understand. So please make sure your voice is loud and clear. Thank you. So for the next speaker is coming from delegation of Yemen. Delegates of Yemen, the time will start as you start speaking. Delegates of Yemen, the time and floor is yours.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates of Yemen would like to speak on the agenda solution of Sudan refugees. Civil society cannot remain in Sudan under the existing circumstances since conflict between Sudanese military troops and the paramilitary group Rapid Support Force began on April 15. A lot of Sudanese have been forced to flee their homes to save themselves. According to the Sudanese Medical Organization, the death toll from conflict-related violence was over 100 deaths and 1,100 injuries in just 2 days. As a result, numerous civilians have fled to neighboring nations. The host countries are required to give temporary protection in this manner. In this regard, we propose that the United Nations High Commissioner Refugees request the Sudan's neighboring nations keep their borders open in order to aid
Delegates of
refugees
Yemen, your
that are
time has
seeking
elapsed.
protection and security.
I would like to remind again, please make sure you notice the time over here on the big screen, so you can see your time, so you don't speak too much, and please prepare your speech for the time. Okay. For the next delegates coming from delegation of Sudan.
Sorry,
delegation.
Chairman.
Sorry, yes. Is there any points? Delegates of Albania.
I want a question for Chair. Is this first meeting only for regular or A and B, or can IP class join this meeting.
Sorry, delegates, could you please restate your parliamentary inquiry?
Sorry?
Could you please restate your parliamentary inquiry?
Is this first meeting only for regular A and B, or IP class can speech?
All right, delegates, for this session, for the foreign minister session, this is only designated for class A and B. Okay, for the IP class, it's on the second session for today, is for the session of head of state. I would like to apologize if I wasn't remind you beforehand. Sorry for the misconception. So I would like to remind now, for this session from the meeting for the foreign ministry is only for the class A and B. And delegates, please don't say with the first person. There's no I in this session. There is only we. Okay, for those delegates, I would like to remind you that. I hope that clear up for your question, Albania. All right. So we're moving on for the Moderate Caucus. Delegates of Sudan, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. The time and floor is yours.
Regarding the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, more than 3.5 million people have been displaced, both internally and across the border into neighboring countries since 15 April. It's important to note that the situation in Sudan is complex, and addressing refugees protection requires a comprehensive and multi-phase approach involving diplomatic, humanitarian, and development efforts. Collaboration between national and international actors is crucial for achieving sustainable peace and ensuring the safety and well-being of Sudanese refugees. We hope that we can create cooperation with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to help us handle Sudanese refugees. With regards to the Geneva Convention 1951 about refugees, we call upon OIC states members to provide refugees camps for Sudanese as long as the war is still going on. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Sudan, for your speech. Moving on to the next delegate is delegation of Uganda. Delegation of Uganda. The time and floor is yours.
Thank you for organizing me as a delegate of Uganda. So Uganda is a country that helped Sudan in the COP war that occurred by directing its attention to refugees. Uganda has also hosted refugees resulting from the COP dispute that has occurred since 2021. And also, Uganda will communicate and coordinate with the UNHCR to increase the quota of shelter and proper treatment of the refugee for adequate food and security. Thank you. I will back to the chair.
Thank you, delegates, for your speech. I would like to remind you there is no yielding time in the formal debate in the Moderate Caucus. There is only you yield the time. It's only when general speaker lists and at the question and answer later on. Okay, delegates, moving on to the next speaker is delegation of Malaysia. Delegation of Malaysia, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Malaysia, the time and floor is yours.
In this discussion, which shall be made a top priority, Malaysia contributes to support the existence of an agreed state container for Sudan refugees. However, this application also requires security and approval, provide special force to find out the safe area to increase the supply of basic needs, especially medicine for all those in Sudan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegation of Malaysia. Moving on to the next speaker, delegation of Niger. Delegates of Niger, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you for the time. Niger has an international responsibility to protect and provide assistance to refugees arriving on its territory from Sudan and other neighboring countries. We prioritize security and protection for refugees who come to our area. This includes providing safe and unhindered access to shelter, preventing forced deportation, and protecting refugees from exploitation and violence. Providing humanitarian assistance, such as food, clean water, medical care, and shelter is essential to help the refugees from Sudan. We have worked with international organizations to address this issue, International organizations that work with our state include UNHCR, UNICEF, and WFP. However, we also face a number of challenges in dealing with these refugees. Despite the challenge, Nigeria remains committed to protecting and supporting refugees. We believe that refugees have the right to live in safety and dignity. We also believe that refugees can make positive. Thank you.
Your time has elapsed. So moving on, for the last speaker for this moderated caucus is coming from delegates of Somalia, delegation of Somalia. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates of Somalia, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, the Chairman. The crisis that happened in Sudan has created a chaotic situation due to the RSF's integration. Hundreds of people died, thousands of people were injured, and huge number of people were forced to be placed internally and fled to other countries. Somalia has concerned as an OIC member to this conflict because we need to re-intention on the OIC principle, especially on reaffirming its support the rights of the peoples, especially to the Sudanese people who has been the victim on this conflict. We believe the previous United Nations Convention on Refugee have impacted the neighboring countries, especially on their national sovereignty. We need a new regulation on refugee to tackle this issue. And we encourage the entire state member to give their willingness by fully supporting us to ensure the right and safety of the Sudanese people. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegation of Somalia. We shall moving on for the next procedure. Before we moving on to the next procedure, I would like to inform you that is probably I haven't mentioned in the first place. So if you want to ask a question, there is a point of parliamentary inquiry. So you raise that point and then you can speak. There is 3 types of points. The first point is points of parliamentary inquiry, when you want to ask the chair about your questions. The second one is points of order. Points of order if there is a mistaken or there is an order that haven't been applied yet. So you want to fix the order. If we mistake something, if the chair have a mistake from the order, you should points of order to fix that mistake. And the third is points of personal privilege. Points of personal privilege, you raise that if you want to do something as a person, as a personal thing. For example, if the air conditioner is way too cold, if it's too hot in this room, if there is the light is making your eyes blind, whatever it is, it's a points of personal privilege. And I will suggest you, if one of you, not as other delegates, is want to go to the restroom, you can go. You don't need to raise the points of personal privilege. If you want to, like all of delegates would leave the room, that is a personal or privilege. That's you want to leave all of you. So if there's someone still in the table, you don't need to raise points of personal privilege if you want to go outside. All right, that's all. That's for the information. And one more time, I would like to remind you, this session is only designated for the class A and B. Sorry, if I apologize if I haven't mentioned it previously. All right, we shall moving on for the next procedure for formal debate. So for those delegates who have points or motion, please raise your placard. Sorry, I haven't finished my sentence yet. No. Please raise your placard now. Delegates of Afghanistan.
The delegates of Afghanistan would like to propose a motion about the peace resolution.
Sorry, delegates, is it?
Yeah, the delegates of Afghanistan would like to propose a motion for a moderated caucus. Total time 15 minutes, and it's speaker for 1 minute 30 seconds.
All right, thank you, delegates. For the next one is still coming from delegates of United Arab Emirates. Delegates of United Arab Emirates, please state your points or motions. Delegation of United Arab Emirates.
Delegates of United Arab Emirates would like to propose a motion of moderated caucus with topic peaceful dialogue.
Sorry, delegates, your voice is really low. We couldn't hear you. Could you please restate the topics at the time?
Delegates of United Arab Emirates would like to propose a motion of moderated caucus with topic peaceful dialogue.
For the time, delegates, what is the total time and speaking time?
For total time, 10 minutes for each 1 minute.
10 to 1. Okay, thank you, delegates of United Arab Emirates. For the last is coming from delegates of Mali. Delegation of Mali, please state your points or motion.
As delegates of Mali, we would like to propose for a moderate caucus with a topic of aiding hosting countries and facilitating refugees.
The time, delegates?
For 1.5 minutes.
Sorry, for the total time is?
I'm so sorry. 1 minute.
Total time is total time, not each speaking time. What is the total time? Total time is consists in 5, 6, 7.5, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 20 minutes. How many? How much?
15 minutes.
Sorry, 20?
15 minutes.
15 minutes for total time, and each speaking time is 1 minute.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
Okay. We shall moving on for the voting procedure. With the disruptive order is coming from Mali delegation. For those delegates who would like to, who are agree upon the delegation, the motion coming from delegation of Mali for the topic is housing country of refugee and the
Points of order, please. Did you mean the delegate of Afghanistan?
No, this is from the disruptive order.
Okay,
we
thank
should,
you.
You can search for the disruptive order. For the disruptive order is from the total time, which a lot. So disruptive order is when there is more change for the delegates. So that's the first motion that will be voted, not from the first one. Okay, so we shall vote for the from the disruptive order. Okay. We shall vote for the motion coming from delegation of Mali with the topic of facilitating country of refugee. For the total time is 15 minutes and the each speaking time is 1 minute. For those delegates who are agree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. This is procedural voting. Please raise your placard if you want to vote for the top from the delegation of Mali. The delegates of Mali don't even vote from your own topics.
Sorry, Chairman.
No, this is a voting for your motion. Is there any delegates who would like to agree upon this motion? Please raise your placard now, high and loud and clear. From the delegation of Mali.
I'm sorry, delegates, this is a procedural voting, so we need to vote whether a motion passes or not, so you cannot abstain. It's whether you agree or disagree to a motion. Before, Mali did not even raise the placard, so I would like to all of you to know that this is compulsory to raise your placards if you agree for a motion to be talked about. All right.
Okay, I think there is only 3 delegates who are agree upon this motion. So I want to ask for those delegation who are disagree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. If not, all of you raise your placard. I will. Yeah, sorry, it's a mental thing. Okay, it's not all of you raising your placard. You vote yes. There is only 3 yeses. Okay, there's only 3 yeses, and please make sure you vote for everything for the procedural voting. It's not in order for you to abstain. You have to vote. Whether you are agree or disagree. Okay. Okay, delegates, please lower your hand on the record. This coming from delegation of Mali is failed. For the second motion that we will vote upon is coming from delegation of United Arab Emirates. For the topic is peace dialogue. For the time is 10 minutes and each speaking time is 1 minute. For those delegates who are agree upon the motion from United Arab Emirates, please raise your placard now. 1, 2, 3. Please raise your placard high and raise your placard high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, you can lower your hands. So if I didn't see 39 of you raising your placard, there's nothing I can do either. So for those delegates who are disagree upon the second motion coming from the United Arab Emirates, please raise your placard now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. There is only 36 voting, so there is 3 of you who are abstain, and you, the one who abstain in the procedure of voting, we are recognizing your voting either yes or no. We are recognized that. So if you are abstain in procedure of voting, there will be a minus on your grades after this. Okay. Please make sure about that. We are serious in this committee session. There is no jokes. So make sure you are participatively active in this session. So this motion is failed because there is only 11 yeses, and the procedure of voting to a moderate caucus to be passed is 26. Okay. So the last one that will be voting on is coming from delegation of Afghanistan. For the topic is peace resolution, and the total time is 15 minutes, and each speaking time is 1.5 minutes. So for those delegates who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 23, 34. Okay, you could lower your hand. There is 34 delegates who are agree upon the motion, and for those delegates who are disagree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 46. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, thank you, delegates. You could lower your placard now. So this motion is clearly passed. So delegation of Afghanistan, would you like to speak first or last?
Delegate of Afghanistan would like to speak last.
All right, thank you, delegation of Afghanistan. Okay. The total time is 15 minutes. 15. And each speaking time is 1.5, 1:30. 1:30. All right. For those delegates who would like to speak upon the motion, please raise your placard now. What's that? Delegation of Chad. Delegates of Nigeria. Delegates of United Arab Emirates. Delegation of Albania, delegation of all right, delegation of Senegal, delegation of Gabon, sorry. Delegation of Gabon, delegation of Indonesia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, delegation of Mozambique. So that is 9 in this moderate speaker list. So yeah, no, it's not done. It's not. So for the last delegate is delegation of Afghanistan. There is one more delegate who we would like to Turkmenistan, delegates of Turkmenistan. Okay, the last delegation is Afghanistan. All right, thank you, delegates, for those who are willing to speak upon the motion. So for the first delegates who will speak.
I'm sorry. The delegate of
You
Qatar.
could raise your placard first, and we will recognize you after all. Okay, delegation of.
Okay, sorry for disturbing beforehand, but the state of Qatar would like to ask a parliamentary inquiry to ask the chair.
Yes, delegates.
Okay, so regarding the participants allowed to speak during this meeting, we would like to seek clarification. We noticed that Mali's head of state spoke out of turn 2 times already, and we hope you will take this into consideration. We also want to point out that we have no intention to cause any disruption, but we believe that it's crucial for peace dialogues like this to maintain fairness and in order. Thank you.
All right, we will take that in consideration. Thank you, delegates. We shall start with the moderate caucus list. For the first delegate is delegation of Chad. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Chad, the time and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. The Republic of Chad will support peace resolution, one of which mediation. Chad's opinion on the mediation of Sudan conflict is seen as a constructive attempt to foster peace and stability. Chad strongly encourages for a mediation to happen since it can lead to resolution of contentious issues and support peace and stability on Sudan region. The Republic of Chad thinks it's great that they are taking such a constructive approach, and Republic of Chad hope that other countries will follow their lead in promotion peaceful resolution to complex conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Chad. Moving on to the next delegate. All right. Delegate, I would like to remind you that this session is only for the foreign ministry from the class regional A and B who has been decided for this session. So for those IP class are not allowed to speak in this formal debate. You can speak in the back door, or if you like to more simple word is in the unmoderated caucus or on chat. You could do negotiate or diplomacy, but you cannot doing a speech at all. So there is only class from A and B. Okay, so yes, delegates of Niger. Is there any points, delegates?
I'm sorry for disturbing the speaker list. The delegates of Nigeria doesn't raise the placard for speak in this motion. Thank you.
Could you please restate your points, delegate? What is your question about?
I'm sorry for disturbing the speaker list. The delegates of Nigeria doesn't raise the placard for speak in this motion.
You don't want to speak upon the motion? You don't want to speak upon the motion, Nigeria. Is that true?
We don't. We didn't.
Oh yeah, Nigeria.
Raise the placard.
What is your? You don't want to speak upon the motion?
I don't want to.
Huh?
We don't. We don't. We don't.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. All right. We will ask later on to fulfill the list, but Niger is deleted from the list. Is that what you want, delegation of Nigeria? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yes, delegates.
points, Chair. Perhaps it's Niger, not Nigeria, because we already raised our placard.
Yeah, we sorry for our mistake. Niger. So it's Nigeria who would like to speak upon the motions?
Niger, Chair.
No, what? Yeah, we would like to apologize for that mistakes. Okay, we have fixed it. Yeah, it's fixed. All right, we shall moving on for the next speaker, which is Niger is on the. Okay, it's the second speaker. Yeah, is this okay? That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, for the delegation of Niger, we're sorry for the mistaken from the list. We shall the time we will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Niger, the time and floor is yours.
Meditation or arbitration effort in the political crisis conflict in Sudan can be an effective tool to help and tension and reach a sustainable agreement between the parties involved. One way is to form a mediation committee consisting of representatives from both parties to the dispute. Another way to implement mediation or arbitration effort to involve a neutral third party. But in this conflict, attempts at mediation or arbitration may take time and patience. However, with the support and cooperation of all parties involved, this effort can be the key to achieving peace and finding sustainable solution for the country and people of Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Niger. For the next speaker is delegation of UAE, United Arab Emirates. Delegation of United Arab Emirates, the time and floor is yours.
Okay, I speak here as a representative of the United Arab Emirates to express our full support for efforts to resolve the political crisis in Sudan. The current situation in Sudan is very deep and requires an immediate solution. The United Arab Emirates believes that mediation is an effective way to achieve peace and stability in a political crisis like the one currently experiencing in Sudan. Through mediation, the parties involved can sit together in an open and inclusive atmosphere to find common ground and mutually beneficial solutions. We put forward the idea of providing a safe and natural mediation space where Sudanese stakeholders can dialogue directly and work towards a sustainable agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of United Arab Emirates. For the next speaker is delegation of Albania. Delegation of Albania, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Albania, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman and distinguished delegates. We propose a comprehensive peace resolution for the Sudan Armed Conflict, which includes the following key elements. First, immediate ceasefire. We call upon all parties involved in the conflict to immediately cease hostilities and lay down their arms. Their first step towards peace and the cessation of violence. Second, inclusive dialogue. We must promote an inclusive Guinea dialogue involving relevant stakeholders, including representatives of the conflicting parties, civil society, women's groups, and marginalized communities. Third, humanitarian access. It is imperative that we ensure safe and unified access for humanitarian organizations to reach those in need. We must provide urgent humanitarian aid, including food, clean water, medical supplies, and shelter, to alleviate the suffering of the affected population. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Albania. For the next speaker is coming from delegation of Senegal. Delegation of Senegal, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Senegal, the time and floor is yours.
Senegal firmly supports a peaceful resolution for Sudan through diplomatic dialogue, with a specific emphasis on mediation efforts. As a nation experienced in conflict resolution and strong advocate for peaceful means, we recognize the vital role the mediation plays in fostering constructive dialogues among conflicting parties. In collaboration with international organizations and regional partners, Senegal is prepared to provide expertise, research, and support to ensure the success of mediation process. Our goal is to create a conducive environment for inclusive dialogue and negotiations, where the voice and concern of all parties are heard and respected. By embracing a mediation-based approach, Senegal seeks to contribute to the advancement of reconciliation, stability, and prosperity in Sudan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates from delegation of Senegal. Moving on to the next speaker is delegation of Gabon. Delegation of Gabon, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Gabon, the time and floor is yours.
Thanks, Chairman. We stand before you to present a motion that emphasizes the urgent need for peaceful resolution in addressing the issue faced by Sudan. The situation in Sudan calls for our immediate attention and collective commitment to finding a lasting and peaceful solution. Sudan has experienced a significant political, social, and economic challenge in recent times, leading to unrest and instability. As an organization that upholds the values of peace and cooperation, the OIC must play a crucial role in supporting efforts to achieve peace and stability in Sudan. Thanks.
Delegation of Gabon for the speech. For the next speaker is delegation from Indonesia. Delegation of Indonesia. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Indonesia, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The Sudanese armed conflict of late has triggered, stemming from the ongoing power struggle between two military factions. In line with the United Nations Security Council stands to address widespread human rights violation, the delegates of Indonesia strongly advocate for a peaceful negotiation or dialogue between the conflicting parties in a neutral location with impartial mediators if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Indonesia, for the speech. Moving on to the next speaker is coming from delegation of Mozambique. Delegation of Mozambique, the time and floor is yours.
Mozambique, as a part of OIC, supports the peace in Sudan because the problems of the civil war that occurred in Sudan made Mozambique want to reach out to help Sudan in resolving the civil war conflict in good health in terms of being said by the United Nations. Based on the history of Mozambique, which has experienced quite complex internal conflicts in terms of armed conflict, especially in the northern region with rebel groups, addressing the war in Sudan is a complex task and requires cooperation and commitment from various parties. Mozambique can serve as an important partner in this effort by helping to mediate conflicts, provide humanitarian assistance, promote peace, and support economic development in Sudan. Facing a complex conflict like that in Sudan, an inclusive and effective mediation approach is needed. We encourage the parties involved in the conflict to be willing to sit together in a mediation space, open a dialogue that respect one another, and seek mutual understanding. Mozambique is willing to act as a facilitator in this mediation process with the support and approval of the relevant international parties. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker is coming from delegation of Turkmenistan. Delegation of Turkmenistan, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Turkmenistan, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing the framework of the problems of the Sudan conflict that occurred, mediation can be one of the peaceful resolutions. Mediation is the foundation for upholding peace in accordance with the UIC Charter. The collective voice of the Muslims around the world ensuring the safeguarding and protection of international peace, with the state as a neutral third party to help the parties to resolve disputes that occur between the parties who are experiencing a dispute so that the mediator doesn't side with one of the parties. Turkmenistan is an UIC member that fully supports mediation, reaffirm that mediation is a peaceful way to negotiation and an answer to the problem. Therefore, with the hope that both parties desire peace and support from interested countries, mediation can be the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Turkmenistan. Moving on to the last speaker on this Moderate Caucus list, delegation of Afghanistan. The time and floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. The delegate of Afghanistan consider that negotiations process are important to find out the bright spots of the problem of the parties in conflict, especially through the mediation. The existence of a mediator is believed to be able to control or mediate between the two parties in conflict. However, it seems that something more is needed, such as holding or creating an international agreement after the negotiation forum takes place, so that there are real sanctions that can be implemented in Sudan conflict. This negotiation or mediation needs to be carried out before forming an international agreement, so that the points listed in the agreement can later be in line with what is expected by Sudan and also approved by the party in conflict. This kind of negotiation or mediation is also mentioned in the Quran Surah Al-Shura, verse number 38. وَالَّذِينَ اسْتَجَابُوا لِرَبِّهِمْ وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَأَمْرُهُمْ شُورَى بَيْنَهُمْ وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ. That means, and for those who obey the call of their Lord and perform the prayer, and their affairs are decided by deliberation between them, and they spend part of the sustenance we give them. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Thank you, delegation of Afghanistan, for your speech. Moving on to the next session, the next procedural debate. So for those delegates who have any points or motion, you could raise your placard now. Delegation of Qatar, please state your points or motion, delegates. Delegation of Qatar, is there any points or motions?
The delegates of the state of Qatar would like to raise an unmoderated caucus on the topic encouraging humanitarian assistance to conflict-affected Sudanese people.
I apologize, Qatar. If I was mistaken, you said unmoderated caucus. So unmoderated caucus is only in order after 3 moderated caucus has been finished. So we only have 2 moderated caucus has been finished. So unmoderated caucus is not in order for right now. So would you like to state another points or motion, or would you like to say nothing?
Change to moderate caucus.
Okay, moderate caucus. For the total time and speaking time and the topic, please delegate, please restate it. Thank you.
10 minutes.
10 to 1.
10 minutes.
10 minutes and 1 is speaking delegates. And to the topic, delegates. The topics.
Increasing humanitarian assistance to conflict-affected Sudanese people.
All right, thank you, delegates. For the next delegate, we recognize is delegates of Saudi Arabia. Delegation of Saudi Arabia, please state your points or motions. Saudi Arabia, would you like to state your
The
points or
delegate
motion?
of Saudi Arabia would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus for 20 minutes, each speaker time being 2 minutes, to discuss the topic with provide assistance to Sudan.
Could you please restate the topic, delegates? Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Provide assistance to Sudan.
Provide assistance to Sudan. All right, thank you, delegation of Saudi Arabia. And the third one should be delegation of Suriname. Delegation of Suriname, please state your points or motion, delegates. And other delegates could please lower your placard because we have already recognized 2 delegates. Delegates of Suriname, please state your points or motions.
The delegates of Suriname would like to motion a moderated caucus about human rights in Sudan for a total time 20 minutes, speaking time 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, delegation of Suriname. That is in order. So we shall vote from the disruptive order. We shall start with delegation from Saudi Arabia. That is a motion for Moral Caucus, and the total time is 20 minutes, and speaking time is 2 minutes. And for the topic is provide assistance in Sudan. So for those delegates who are agree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. So we only recognize 24 delegates for who are agree upon this motion. So for those delegates who are disagree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. I only see 20 delegates who are disagree. Where are the other 6? Are you dead? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Where's there 6 others who didn't vote from the first? Are you dead or are you leaving the committee session? All right. The moderated caucus is failed. The motion is failed because there is only 24, and the procedural voting to be simple majority is 26. And for the next motion that it will be voted is coming from delegation of Suriname. For the motion of moderated caucus, and the total time is 20 minutes, and each speaking time is 2 minutes. For the topic is human rights. For those delegates who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. Who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. We only recognize 16. Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. There is only 16 delegates who are vote yes upon this motion. And for those who are disagree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 12, 13. There's 33 who are disagree. 33 who are disagree upon this motion. So this motion is failed. And we shall vote for the last motion in this list is coming from delegation of Qatar, which is the topic being encouraging humanitarian assistance. For the total time is 10 minutes and each speaking time is 1 minute. For those delegates who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. All right. Okay, seeing overwhelmingly voted yes, we shall think this automatically pass. So please lower your placard now. So delegation of Qatar, would you like to speak first or last? Delegation of Qatar, would you like to speak first or last?
First.
All right, thank you, delegation of Qatar. Okay. Okay, delegations. Okay, for those delegates who would like to speak upon the motion, please raise your placard now. Delegation of Yemen. Delegation of Kazakhstan. Delegation of Lebanon. Delegation of Uzbekistan. Delegation of Malaysia. delegation of Egypt. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Delegation of Algeria. Delegation of Algeria. How many more can we provide? Delegation of Libya. And for the last speaker should be delegation of Azerbaijan. All right, thank you, delegates, for the participation. Okay, is there any mistake from the list, delegates? If there's any mistake, we could fix it now. Okay. Is there any points who would like to? Is there points of order? All right, seeing none, we shall begin for the model caucus.
All right, delegates, as your co-chair, I would like to remind you to speak loud and clearly for your motions, because there is a tracking for every statement or argument that you state in your motion. So I would really glad to hear you speak loud and clear, because if you're not speaking clearly, your statement or your argument in your motion cannot be tracked clearly. We do have a documentation of your motions in here, so please, once again, for any delegates who wants to speak in this in the speaker list, I would like to remind you that you speak louder and higher your volume for the motion. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, co-chair, for the reminder. We shall begin with the model caucus coming from Qatar. For this first speaker is delegation from Qatar. Delegation of Qatar, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. The time and floor is yours.
Honorable chairs, distinguished delegates, and esteemed member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the state of Qatar firmly believes in the principle stated in our constitution that stand for peace, security, and international collaboration. The state of Qatar has taken important action to tackle the crisis in Sudan. Our approach focuses on finding inclusive and long-lasting solution to the conflict. We have actively participated in diplomatic discussion with regional organizations like the African Union and the United Nations to promote dialogue and negotiation among the involved parties. We urge all nations, both near and far, to stand with Sudan and lend a helping hand to those in need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegation of Qatar. For the next speaker is delegation of Yemen. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegation of Yemen, the time and floor is yours.
Okay. Every person has certain rights that they are entitled to and which others may never disrespect. Given that the fighting in Sudan has taken into account the fact that the violence in Sudan has resulted in the destruction. In the middle of the chaos of this conflict, there was a crisis of basic necessities, including access to clean water, food, and gasoline. In order to observe the victims of the Sudanese conflict, we respectfully request assistance in form of food, clean water, clothing, and medical staff through the UNHRC organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Yemen. For the next speaker is delegates from Kazakhstan. Delegation from Kazakhstan, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. We agree with this motion because as a country in the same organization and has good bilateral relation and cooperation with Sudan, Kazakhstan responds to the ongoing case in Sudan by carrying out its action, such as sending humanitarian aid in June 2019 through the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the International Committee of the Red Cross. In the form of food aid, we also sent 30 tons of rice and 30 tons of wheat flour to Sudan through the World Food Program. Medicine and medical supplies such as sand, 5 tons of humanitarian aid consisting of masks, gloves, personal protective equipment, and COVID-19 test kits to Sudan through the World Health Organization in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Kazakhstan. Moving on to the next speaker is delegation of Lebanon. Delegates of Lebanon, the time and floor is yours.
Okay, we agreed to accept refugees from conflict victims in Sudan. Humanitarian assistance such as food, clean water, medicine, and shelter for refugees and conflict victims in Sudan. Provide support in building basic infrastructure such as health facilities, school, and clean water sources. Also, this development assistance will help improve social and economic conditions in conflict-affected areas.
We can share experience and expertise in building institutions and promoting education for the Sudanese people. This can help improve the capacity of communities to cope with conflict and build a stronger foundation for sustainable peace. We can share its experience and expertise in building institutions and promoting education for the Sudanese people. This can help improve people's capacity to cope with conflict and build stronger foundation for sustainable people. Thank you. Back to the chair.
All right, I would like to remind you there is no need to be yielding the time because this is a moderated caucus, not a general speaker list. Okay, moving on to the next speaker is coming from delegation of Uzbekistan. Delegation of Uzbekistan, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The war in Sudan has caused a lot of havoc and it should be stopped. Civilians are the ones who have suffered it most from the war. So therefore, providing humanitarian assistance to the Sudanese civilians is the first step we must take. The increased number of victims and damage to infrastructure has resulted in inadequate medical personnel, medicine, food, and clothing. So many civilians are suffering. Therefore, the delivery of humanitarian aid is very important. The level of hate in Sudan has reached a serious bad level. It was recorded that 67% of the country hospitals were attacked, totaling 51 attacks and causing 10 deaths and 24 injuries. Therefore, OIC and member countries should participate in sending humanitarian aid together, so that later that victims can get their rights back properly. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Uzbekistan. Moving on to the next speaker is coming from delegation of Malaysia. Delegation of Malaysia, the time and floor is yours.
From a political and diplomatic perspective, Sudan and Malaysia support each other on human rights issues in the international arena. In relation to the objective of the OIC, which are aimed at supporting and maintaining international peace and security, Malaysia will also remain in solidarity with the Sudanese people and will continue to support efforts to resolve the conflict in a lasting and peaceful manner. Malaysia urges all parties to prioritize the safety and security of civilians and work together to create a peaceful and stable environment in which all Sudanese people can thrive and prosper. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker on the list is coming from delegation of Egypt. Delegation of Egypt, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. The time and floor is yours.
Egypt has a vested interest in the stability and prosperity of Sudan. The humanitarian crisis in Sudan is a big measure for the Egypt itself, and it has the potential to destabilize a region and create a security threat. Egypt itself has been a supporter of humanitarian assistance to Sudan. In 2021, Egypt itself provided $100 billion in humanitarian aid to Sudan. Egypt has allowed the United Nations to use our airspace to transport humanitarian aid to Sudan. So Egypt itself can encourage further humanitarian assistance to Sudan in a number of ways that are safe, ethical, and also respectful. First, Egypt can continue to provide financial assistance to humanitarian organizations working in Sudan. Second, Egypt can also use its influence to persuade other countries. And third, Egypt can work with the United Nations to coordinate humanitarian assistance in Sudan.
Time has elapsed, delegates. Okay, the next one is delegation coming from delegation of Algeria. Delegates of Algeria, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. The time and floor is yours.
Algeria, along with great concern and empathy, expressed its condemnation of the distressing events unfolding in Sudan, the ongoing conflict, has resulted in a significant number of elderly individuals falling victims to its devastating consequence. Many of them have tragically lost their homes and are now facing several challenges, including hunger and health issues. Furthermore, it is evident that this conflict is also adversely affecting persons with disabilities and vulnerable children. In light of this circumstance, our primary objective is to ensure the safeguarding of the Sudanese population from the escalating turmoil, providing access to medical care service for
Delegates, your time has been elapsed. Thank you for this speech. Coming on for the next speaker, coming from delegates of Libya. Delegates of Libya, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you. Humanitarian assistance is an urgent need as the crisis in Sudan has affected the general populace en masse. The destruction of infrastructure, the inaccessibility to basic necessities have driven the Sudanese people to seek shelter elsewhere. We promote the delivery of humanitarian aid in the form of medicines, supplies such as food and water, and shelter. This will help in mitigating the damages and improve stability for the affected populace. The state of Libya are willing to partake in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. For the next speaker, the last speaker is coming from delegation of Azerbaijan. Delegation of Azerbaijan. The time will start as soon as you start speaking. Delegates, the time and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Human crisis is certainly a concern when conflict occurs. Therefore, we offer health assistance through economic aid such as sending medical equipment and medicines, as well as other humanitarian assistance for Sudan citizens, because we must also prioritize the Sudan citizens who are affected, in addition to the peace of the two parties, which is also our main concern. In addition, we also have to think about citizens who have not or are not affected, so that they are not affected by this conflict by evacuating to other countries, because this conflict that has spread in various points of the Sudan region. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. For this caucus has been elapsed. So we shall moving on to the formal debate. So in this session, in this time, there is already 3 moderate caucus that has been finished. So unmoderate caucus will be in order. So for those delegates who have any points or motion, please raise your placard now. Delegation of Iraq. Delegation of Iraq, please state your points or motion.
The delegate of Republic of Iraq would like to propose unmoderated caucus for discussing the working paper with a motion about evacuating and the citizens and refugees of Sudan, also from another country in Sudan, by a total time 30 minutes. Thanks.
Total time is 15 minutes.
30.
30?
30.
30 is not in order. The maximum time that is in order is 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
All right, 20 minutes total time. Okay, for the next delegates, delegation of Bangladesh. Delegation of Bangladesh, please state your points or motion.
The delegation of Bangladesh would like to submit a motion for collective action with unmoderated caucus, total time 20 minutes.
Moderated or unmoderated caucus?
Unmoderated caucus.
Unmoderated caucus. For the topic is?
Collective action.
Collective action. Our that is in order. Delegates, and the third delegate would be coming from delegates of Pakistan. All right, delegates of Pakistan, please state your points or motion.
The delegates of Pakistan would like to propose motion organization assistance for unmoderated caucus for each speaker 2 minutes.
For unmoderated caucus, there is no each speaking time. Are you suggesting
20,
a moderated or
20
unmoderated?
Unmoderated.
Unmoderated caucus for the total time is 20 minutes. And the topic is?
Organization assistance for unmoderated.
No, we cannot hear you. Could you please pick the topic?
Organization assistance.
Organization of Islam?
Assistance. Assistance.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Islamic Organization Assistance. Is that your topic?
Only organization assistance.
Yeah, this is something. Okay, thank you, delegates. We shall vote from the first one because the time is the same. There is no disruptive order from this, so we shall vote upon the motion coming from Iraq. Before we vote, no, just later on. Okay, we shall vote for the Iraq. So for the topic is discussing working paper on refugees and citizens. For the total time is 20 minutes. For those delegates who would like to agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. Basically, it's the same thing. All of it is the same thing, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So counting once, counting twice, counting thrice, there is only 21 delegates who are agree upon this motion, so this will be failed. And for those delegates who are disagree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. If you are abstain, we will degrade your grades. Okay, we will degrading your grades. Believe me. All right, thank you, delegates. This motion is failed. And for the second motion is coming from Bangladesh. For the same, unmoderated caucus, and the total time is 20 minutes. For the topic is collective action. So for those delegates who agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. 32. All right. Seeing this overwhelmingly passed, so this unmoderated caucus is passed. So before we start the unmoderated caucus, I would like to remind you one more time. I believe, yes, delegates of Niger, what is your points?
Points, Chair. Niger would like to ask the possibility for extending the time to 14 minutes.
There is no. You can expand it after this session. The total time, the maximum total time is only 20 minutes.
Okay,
you can propose an extension after this unmoderated caucus elapses. Okay, is that clear up your questions?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Before we start. So I would like to remind you, the submission from the working paper is 10:45, 45 past 10. Yeah, 10:45 a.m. I believe the tutor already sent you an email for the submission, which is my email. You could type my name over it, I believe they already sent you an email, so you could submit it. So the last time is 10:45 for the deadline. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. And please do a fruitful debate. Make sure you talk a specific topic, not a general more, because we have been done a session from the first session, which ambassadorial session. For this is for foreign minister, and output from this session is a working paper. So make sure you make a great working paper. That's all I want to say. So we shall begin the unmoderated caucus starting from No. In unmoderated calculus, you can go wherever you want to go. You can stand up, you can talk to your friends, talk to your delegates. Please reminder, speak in English. If we saw you in Indonesia, your grade will be C. Okay? Thank you.
Good morning, delegates. Niger would like to speak about this motion. Niger believes that there is a several...
Sorry, delegates, you cannot speak with a microphone. You could just tell them in chat or you can speak them. There is no microphone allowed. Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Hello. Attention delegates, your time less than 5 minutes. Attention delegates, your time for the unmoderated caucus is less than 1 minute. The extension for the unmoderated caucus only in order if you guys are suggesting. In 20 seconds, we'll be closing the unmoderated caucus. Make sure you guys go back to your seat. Three, two, 1.
All right, delegates, the time for unmoderated caucus has been elapsed. Please be back to your designated seat right now. Please, delegate, there is no more discussion. Please be silent and be back to your seats, designated seats right now. Please, delegates, there is no more discussions. On the back, please be back on your designated seat. There is no more discussion because the unmoderated caucus has been elapsed. No more discussion, delegates. Please go back to your seats right now. Delegates, please be back to your seats. I'm counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. Please be back to your seats right now. There is no more discussion is allowed. All right. Delegates, please remain silent because this is a rare formal debate. This is not an unmoderated caucus anymore. The unmoderated caucus time has been elapsed. I would like to remind you one more time for the working paper. The deadline for the working paper is 10:45 a.m. You can submit it for my email 213232212 at students.uii.ac.id. That's my email, 213-23212. Okay, 213-23212. I believe that has been already distributed by your tutor from the class. And also if there is only one DR or draft resolution is recognized at the end of the session later on, there will be amendments. That the procedure of the amendments that has been distributed also by your tutor earlier. So we hope you read that document for the rules of procedural in amendment very clearly and comprehensively. Thank you. That's all the information that it should be distributed to you. Moving on to the formal debate. We shall start, recognize some more motions. So for those delegates, by the way, you can propose an extension of the unmoderated caucus, but it's only allowed in half the time from the previous moderated caucus, so which will be 10 minutes. All right, thank you. So for those delegates who has points or motion, please raise your placard now. Afghanistan.
The delegates of Afghanistan would like to propose a motion about the extensions of the unmoderated caucus to talk about the working paper.
Yes, the extension should be the same thing. No, because it's an extension, so it's a continuity from the previous, so the topic still the collective action.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so is there any other points or motion, delegates? Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. All right, thank you, delegates. So for those delegates who agree upon the motion that is submitted by Afghanistan for the extension of unmoderated caucus, for the time is 10 minutes, and the topic still the collective action. So for those who agree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. Seeing it's overwhelmingly agree, so it's automatically passed. So there is an extension of unmoderated caucus for another 10 minutes. All right, the time for the unmoderated caucus start by now. And I would like to inform you one more time, the working paper and draft resolution is submitted by the block. So there is a sponsor for each. So make sure you know who your sponsor is and who is signatory. Signatories who want that the working paper to be discussed, not agree upon, not limited to those who agree upon, not limited to those who agree upon the working paper. So from the other block can be signatories from the other draft resolution blocks. So make sure it's from a block, not from country. So you can spread it out now because the time already started. The Armada caucus is please discuss.
Delegates, you can spread out and discuss the issue that you were discussing before in the moderated caucus. You don't have to stay on your seat. Thank you.
Attention, your time for the extension of unmoderated caucus is less than 2 minutes.
Tes. The extension of unmoderated caucus has been elapsed. Please back to your designated seats. Please be back to your designated seats, delegates. Please, there is no more discussions. Delegates, I would like to remind you one more time, the extension of the unmoderated caucus has been elapsed. Please be back to your designated seats because there is no more time for you to discussing in the unmoderated caucus because it has been elapsed. Please be back to your seat and remain silent because this is a formal debate sessions. Delegates, please back to your seat. Delegates, please no more discussions. Thank you, delegates.
Check. All right, delegates. This is from the Crisis Committee, and we would like you to all know that there is a breaking news that just happened. An update of the situation was just reported by Azrael Musafir Tandur Alam bin Ainun on July 29, just a few hours ago. Bombing in South Sudan just happened. A sudden bombing in South Sudan by North Sudan has just been reported. The bombing took place in the town of Malakal, which is located in the Upper Nile State. The target of the bombing is unclear, but it's believed that the civilians were killed or injured. The bombing comes at a time of the heightened tension between South and Northern Sudan. The two countries have been at odds between the two countries and the disputed region of Abyei. The bombing is a serious escalation of the conflict between South Sudan and North Sudan, and it is a reminder of the fragility of peace in the region. Now, the bombing in South Sudan is a reminder of the need of long-term solution in the region. The two countries have been at war for decades, and the conflict has caused immense suffering. The bombing is a setback for peace process between South Sudan and North Sudan. The two countries have been making progress in recent months, but the bombing has cast a shadow of the peace process between the two countries. Now, they need to find a way to resolve their differences peacefully, and the bombing in South Sudan is a reminder that the conflict in the region is far from over. The international community needs to do everything it can to help bring peace in the region. Thank you.
So that's the crisis newsletter that has already been said by the crisis committee in the back door. So here's the thing, delegates. We shall moving on. So for the formal debate, and I personally suggest you to bring out this topic because this is a serious topic between RSF, SIF, and also the dynamic between North and South Sudan, between Sudan and South Sudan. Make sure you address this more carefully because there is no more aid can be done, and this war has been started since decades ago, not years ago, but decades ago. We need long-term solutions, and for this addressing, I suggest you to bring out the topic as a discussion of the crisis. So now, delegates, moving on to the formal debate. Are there any points or motions, delegates? If there's any points or motion, please raise your placards now.
Any points or motions, delegate? Please raise your placards.
Delegation from Afghanistan, could you please state your points or motions?
The delegates of Afghanistan would like to propose motions for total time 10 minutes and each speaker 1 minute about the long-term solution for this conflict. That's all.
Moderated caucus?
In moderated caucus.
We suggest you to make it 20-1, so there is more delegates can be speak upon this motion. Would you like to edit that?
Okay.
Okay, so it's 20-1. Okay. Are there any points or motions, delegates? Delegation of Somalia.
The delegate of Somalia would like to propose unmoderated caucus for the topic, the mediation between the conflicting parties for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Could you please restate the topic because we cannot hear it clearly?
The mediation for the conflicting parties.
Mediation for the conflict?
Conflicting parties.
The conflicting parties.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, parties. Conflict parties. For the time is total time and speaking time? For the total and speaking time, delegates?
10 minutes.
10 to 1 or 10 to 2? Yeah, mediation for conflict parties. Okay, it's 10 to 1. All right, delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor, delegates? We are encouraging one more. Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. All right, there is no more who'd like to propose a motion. So we shall vote from the disruptive order from the Afghanistan. For the topic is long-term solutions. And for those who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placards now. Please raise your placard high so we can see you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Wow, great. That's quite the exact time. Okay, you can lower your placards now. So for those who are disagree upon the motion, please raise your placards now. For those who are disagree upon the motion, please raise your placards. I didn't see 24 of you raising your placard. I will make sure that you will be degraded. So there is only 11 disagree, so there is a lot of abstain. So for those who are abstaining, yeah, just be prepared on your grades. Okay, so this topic is passed. So delegates of Afghanistan, would you like to speak first or last?
We would like to speak last.
All right, thank you, delegates of Afghanistan. So for those delegates who would like to wait. So for those delegates who would like to speak upon the motions, you could raise your placards now. Quiet. Yeah. Quiet. Okay. Dicatat di situ dulu. Okay. Sorry. Quiet. Niger, Somalia. Niger, Somalia, Kazakhstan. Those with gray suits, could you please state your country's name because we cannot see you? The man delegates with gray suits, please state your countries.
It's Suriname.
Okay, delegates of Suriname. Delegates of Mali. Is that Mali in the center? Yes, that's Mali. And then delegates of Bangladesh. Delegates of Iraq. Delegation of Egypt. Delegation of Pakistan. Please, if your country has already been recognized, please lower your hands. Iran. Delegates of Cameroon. Delegates of Djibouti. Delegates of the one over there with the glasses. Delegates, please, could you please state your country's name because we cannot see you. We cannot see your countries. Please state your, please just speak it with your mic. What's your country's name, please? Mozambique.
Mozambique.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mozambique. Okay, there is still how many left, Rapporteur? So there is still 6 delegates who are, there is 5 more delegates can be allowed to be in this murder caucus. So for those who want to speak, please state your placard. Under the chair discretions, we would like to call upon Bahrain. Delegates of Bahrain and delegates of Sudan. We would like to call upon delegates of Sudan under the chair descriptive. There is still 3 more. Delegates of okay, so for now, there is only 17, 17 delegates, including Afghanistan. So for the rest of the three, you could raise your placard after this, after all of the delegates has been said. You can raise placard afterwards. Okay, so for the first one is coming from the delegation of Kuwait. Delegates of Kuwait, please, the time and floor is yours, delegates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegates of Kuwait encourage the OIC states members to think about create a long-term solution like making OIC based international court law to relegate and a juris case and the international level or certain cases, especially human rights violation or any other cases, and all the international level cases where states court are unwilling or unable to resolve the issue. Thank you.
Okay, for the next delegates is delegation from Niger. For delegation of Niger, please raise, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you for the time. Regarding to the long-term solution, we believe that mediation effort in the political crisis conflict in Sudan can be effective tool to help end tension and reach a sustainable agreement between the parties involved. One way is to form a mediation committee consisting of representatives from both parties to the dispute. Another way is mediation effort is to involve a neutral third party. A neutral third party can help both parties to stay focused on the problem and to avoid blaming each other. With the support and cooperation of all parties involved, this effort can be the key to achieving peace and finding sustainable solutions, because neither war is good nor peace is bad. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. For the speech, next speaker is delegation of Somalia. Delegation of Somalia, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The past resolution that has been made in Jeddah Declaration is not effective to solve this Sudan political crisis. The commitment that contains on this declaration needs such an improvement by making a new regulation on tackling this issue. By concerning OIC principles, the state member shall settle their dispute through peaceful means and refrain from the use or threat of use of force in their relation. We believe the use of mediation would be the most effective way to tackle this issue, and we would like to pursue all the members to not just concern the Sudanese people, but also to the Sudan government, to make their country back as a sovereign and independent country. We also need the Sudan consent on this solution to avoid the government interference and breach of OIC principles. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Somalia. For the next speaker is coming from delegation of Kazakhstan. Delegates of Kazakhstan, please, the time and floor is yours.
In this long-term solution, the government of Kazakhstan offer a council of solutions to reduce the risk of worsening political crisis in Sudan, such as 1. Upholding a political order that can end the political emergency in Sudan calmly and strongly. In addition, approaching all parties to respect mutual freedoms, stay away from atrocities, and continue the discourse to reach a transitional middle ground that can meet the will of the Sudan's public. 2. Kazakhstan also supports bringing into force the transitional agreement that the two parties signed in August 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Kazakhstan. So, moving on to the next speaker is coming from delegation of Suriname. Delegation of Suriname, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As a member of the OIC, Suriname firmly believes that a lasting peace can be achieved through dialogue and diplomatic endeavors. In this spirit, Suriname urged to all parties involved in the conflict to come to the negotiation table with open hearts and minds and ready to engage in inclusive and constructive discussions. Recognizing the complexity and gravity of the situation, Suriname acknowledged that finding common ground may not be easy. Therefore, Suriname advocates for the involvement of impartial mediators if necessary to ensure a fair and balanced process. These mediators can play a pivotal role in facilitating communications and understanding among the conflicting parties, fostering an atmosphere of trust and cooperation. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, delegates of Suriname. So for the next delegation is delegation from Mali. So for the delegates of Mali, the time and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. As members of OIC, we believe in upholding the value of peacekeeping. We have discussed some resolutions in mitigating the damage that has been done. We have proposed humanitarian aid and evacuating the citizens. However, we are afraid that this won't prevent further conflict to happen. For long-term solutions, we call for prominent organizations such United Nations Institute of Disarmament Research to prevent more armed conflict, and we should discuss immediately for a third party to resolve political conflict peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Mali. For the next speaker is coming from delegation of Bangladesh. So for delegation of Bangladesh, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Long-term solutions are necessary to address the ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in Sudan. Bangladesh can play a role in supporting these efforts. Here are some potential motions for long-term solution. We propose that the government of Bangladesh work in international organizations and other countries to support peace negotiation in Sudan. We propose that the government of Bangladesh increase its humanitarian aid to refugees from Sudan by providing more food, shelter, and medical assistance. We propose that the government of Bangladesh work with other countries to address the root cases of the conflict in Sudan, including poverty, inequality, and political instability. This motion recognizes the need for long-term solution to the conflict and humanitarian crisis in Sudan. By working in the international organization and other countries, Bangladesh can play a role in promoting peace, supporting refugees, and addressing the root cause of the
Delegates,
conflict.
your time has been elapsed. Thank you. For the next delegation is coming from delegation of Iraq. Delegation of Iraq, the time and floor is yours.
Historically, long-term solution for armed conflict typically involve addressing underlying issues such as political, economy, and social grievance. The focus are on inclusive governance, addressing economic disparities, and ensuring the protection of human rights. International cooperation and support can also play a crucial role in facilitating peace-building efforts. Keep in mind special solutions like what Saudi Arabia has done by helping to evacuate the civilians, whether from Saudi Arabia itself or from other countries. Thanks.
All right, thank you, delegation of Iraq. For the next delegation is coming from delegation of Egypt. Delegation of Egypt, the time and floor is yours.
As a neighbor of Sudan, Egypt believes that we should more encourage regional cooperation. The Sudan crisis is not just a Sudanese problem. It is also a regional problem that requires regional solutions. And also Egypt could play a leading role in encouraging regional cooperations to address the Sudan crisis. And second, because Sudan is a poor country with a high rate of unemployment, Egypt could help to promote its economic development in Sudan by providing investment and trade opportunities and by supporting efforts to improve the country's infrastructure. And also, Egypt has vested interest in seeing Sudan democratic transition succeed. A stable and democratic Sudan will be more reliable partner for Egypt and would help to reduce the risk of instability and conflict of its region. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. For the next delegate is coming from delegation of Pakistan. Delegation of Pakistan, the time and floor is yours.
The conflict in Sudan is a serious problem that has persisted for decades, and Pakistan's role in helping to deal with it is critical. This situation is causing suffering to the Sudanese people, with millions of people forced to flee and facing difficult humanitarian conditions. Pakistan has assisted Sudan in terms of humanitarian assistance. We have provided medical assistance, food, clean water, and other equipment to the conflict-affected Sudanese people. This assistance has played an important role in alleviating suffering and providing hope to those who are hurt and threatened by conflict situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegation of Pakistan. For the next delegates is coming from the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, delegation of Iran. The time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. For the long-term solution can be resolved through negotiations mediated by IGAD. Iran fully believing in IGAD as a successful mediator in conflict resolution. Back to the Chairman.
Okay, delegates, come on. From the list, we shall edit 3 more countries because there's 3 more slots. So we would like to call upon delegation from Palestine. Delegation of Palestine, and then delegation of Sierra Leone to be added to the list. Sierra Leone, Pakistan, and also Burkina Faso. So these 2 delegates would have to speak before Afghanistan to fulfill the list. All right, we shall moving on to the motion. For the next countries that would like to speak is delegation of Cameroon. Delegation of Cameroon, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity, Chair. We believe to create a long-term solution, conflict in Sudan needs a collective action. It needs collaboration between countries and other stakeholders, such as international organizations. Concretely, we has a perspective on responding the conflict in Sudan that the country who are close to Sudan has to facilitate the refugees, and the other countries that are far from Sudan also help the conflict that is happening in Sudan. We believe too that to resolve this conflict needs this discussion between the leaders. Thank you. Back to the chair.
All right, thank you, delegation of Cameroon. For the next delegates is coming from delegation of Djibouti. Delegation of Djibouti, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We have long-term solution as a neighboring country to Sudan and member of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development have played an important role in overcoming the political crisis of Sudan and are actively involved in efforts to support peace and stability in the country, as well as hosting important military bases for major global powers. The military installation we host play a strategic role in ensuring regional security, counter-terrorism efforts, and supporting international military operation by leveraging our strategic geographic position and diplomatic relations with various visible countries to support diplomatic efforts and at resolving the conflict in Sudan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegation of Djibouti. For the next delegates who have to speak upon this motion is delegation of Mozambique. Delegation of Mozambique, the time and floor is yours.
Mozambique faces one of the long-term solutions that can be taken, one of which is international advocacy according to Mozambique. This can be used considering your position in international forums such as the United Nations, the African Union, and the South African Development Community or SADC. To support conflict resolution in Sudan, which has always experienced civil war, we propose to cooperate with the other countries to fight for issues of peace and security in Sudan, and encourage the international community to provide the necessary attention and support. Addressing the war in South Sudan is a complex task and requires cooperation, and commit from various parties, Mozambique can serve as an important partner in this effort by helping to mediate conflict, provide humanitarian assistance, promote peace, and support economic development in Sudan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the next speaker, it should be the delegation of Bahrain. Delegation of Bahrain, the time and floor is yours.
The conflict of South Sudan, Bahrain condemns all forms of violence and human rights violations that have occurred during the conflict in Sudan. We call on all parties to respect international humanitarian law, protect civilians, including women, children, and other vulnerable groups, and facilitates safe and unhindered humanitarian access for the provision of assistance to those in need. We encourage all parties to engage in an inclusive dialogue and reconciliation process, ensuring the active participation of all groups of Sudanese society. Bahrain stands ready to support efforts in facilitating the reconciliation process and promoting sustainable peace in Sudan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. For the next speaker is coming from Sudan, delegates of Sudan. Please do your speech clearly because this is your conflict, and we believe that you are more than us to believe in this conflict. Thank you. Delegation of Sudan, the time and floor is yours.
Sudan understands the importance of maintaining peace and stability within the borders as a pursuit from sustainable development. The government has prioritized security sector reform, the professionalization of the armed forces, and ensure their accountability and address in international humanitarian law. Sudan also seeks enhanced regional cooperation to address cross-border trade and combat alleged activities, such as arms smuggling and human trafficking, which exacerbate the conflict. Addressing root cause of the conflict to achieve lasting peace in Sudan, it is essential to address the underlying cause of the conflict. Sudan seeks UII support to addressing the root cause through capacity building initiative, economic development program, and inclusive development models that improve the all segments of society. We recognize that the resolution is really needed in this conflict situation. However, we should acknowledge that this conflict resolution is really a task to achieve in this short time. That is why we ought to emphasize more on the most possible things to do, and we think is conducting some ceasefire. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegation of Sudan. Next is delegation of Palestine. We believe for your experience in a conflict country, we believe you have something to say about this and have a speech about this. So delegation of Palestine, the time and floor is yours.
Palestine recommend that the Arab League countries must gather and negotiate on the humanitarian crisis that has occurred in Sudan, especially for elderly mothers and children. We hope that the summit meeting will be held as soon as possible. In addition, in dealing with the conflict that occurred in Sudan, Palestine can only evacuate Palestinian citizens who are in Sudan and then take them to Port Sudan, considering that in Palestine there is also a war going on. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. For the next delegates is from country of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, please having a speech. The time and floor is yours, Sierra Leone.
Okay, thank you. Finding a solution to the conflict in Sudan is a complex and difficult task because the root of the problem has a long and distorted history. However, here are some steps that can be part of the effort to find a solution. First, dialogue and negotiation. It is important to encourage dialogue and negotiation between the parties involved in the conflict. Opening effective lines of communication can help a safe mutual understanding and seek peaceful solution. Second, international mediation. Interference from international parties or regional organizations can serve as neutral mediators to help facilitate dialogue and seek a point of agreement between warring parties. Our country realizes that there is not end to the war, so we propose mediation between the two sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra Leone. For the next speaker is coming from Burkina Faso. Delegation of Burkina Faso, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We see the civil war in Sudan as a threat to regional stability, a threat that could induce tension between Sudan neighbors and increase the risk of bigger conflict. Our history as a neighboring country that has experienced a conflict similar to that of Sudan, our country recommends to Sudan authorities to further strengthen their cooperation with neighboring countries. We understand both parties, SAF and RSF, have agreed to a number of ceasefires, but none have been assigned in ending the fighting. Meanwhile, Sudan needs a long-term political process to create peace and stability. There are immediate humanitarian needs that must be addressed now. By supporting various efforts, the delegate of Burkina Faso is always allow the support to Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Burkina Faso. And for the last speaker is from Afghanistan, delegation of Afghanistan. Please state your speech. The time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. In the current conflict in Sudan, Afghanistan would like to consider that all kinds of assistance, such as humanitarian assistance and the like, will not work effectively, saying that this conflict will continue to occur and the nations will continue to be given. So we need a long-term solution to overcome this conflict. The most effective thing is to interact or mediate between the conflicting parties in Sudan, namely SAF and RSF, so that both can see the bright spots of the current problems. So Afghanistan wants to emphasize for mediation between these conflicting parties in Sudan. The countries that have power need to lobby the conflicting parties to create the mediation forum. But Afghanistan cannot help much because the countries that recognize us are currently few. So we press or urge the big countries. Afghanistan will fully support these solutions. This also in line with the Quran, Surah Al-Hujurat, verse number 9. وإن طائفتان من المؤمنين اقتتلوا فأصلحوا بينهما فإن بغت إحداهما على الأخرى فقاتلوا التي تبتغي حتى تفيء إلى أمر الله فإن فاءت فأصلحوا بينهما بالعدل وأقسطوا إن الله يحب المقسطين. And if two groups of those who believe are at war, then reconcile between them. But if one breaks his covenant with the other. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Sorry, delegates, your time has been elapsed. Sorry. All right, the moderating caucus has been finished. So we shall moving on to the next formal debate. So for now, we have recognized there is 5 persons that has been submit their working paper. But the problem is, so there is some countries submitted as a personal. So I would like to reminder, working paper is a document that should be done by one block, not by one countries, not by one delegates. So for those who submitted by only one countries to working paper, it's not being recognized. It will not be recognized. So so there is only 2 working paper that we recognize as a chair, that is coming from, it's quite lagging, coming from Albania, Algeria, Bahrain, and bloc, and the other one is coming from the Republic of Afghanistan and others. So these 2, this is the only one that we will recognize. Only 2 of this that we will recognize. Working paper 1, it should be working paper that is submitted by the country of Albania, Algeria, and others. And the second and working paper 1.2 is working paper from Block 4, which is the form submitted by the Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, and team and others. All right, so we shall moving on to the next procedural debate. So there is only one type of motion that is allowed in order. After this is the presentation of the working paper. So I would like to explain a little bit about how this works. So the sponsor or the leader of the block, or you just pick one of you, either wherever it is, but make sure it's from class A and B, not from class IP class. So one of the block will be present the working paper in front of us here. And after that, there is a question and answer session for a couple of minutes. And after that, that is finished. There is no amendment for working paper. And then we are finished with our session. So for now, so I will remind you again, the working paper 1 is coming from the countries of Albania, Algeria, and others. And the second one is from Afghanistan and others. So 1.1 is Albania and 1.2 is Afghanistan. So for now, for those delegates who have points or motion, please raise your placard now. Delegation of Niger.
The delegates from Niger would like to propose a motion of moderated caucus about bombing issues on human rights violation in Sudan, with total time 10 minutes and speaking time 1 minute per each.
Sorry, delegation of Niger. Like I said before, the only motion is allowed is the presentation of working paper. Reminding of our time that we don't have much time, so the only motion is allowed is for the presentation of working paper, because there is 2 working paper. We don't have much time. So please, would you like to propose a presentation of working paper, or you don't want to propose anything?
Yeah, we would like to propose for presentation.
Okay, presentation of which working paper? Delegates of Niger, for which working paper is which 1.1 or 1.2? The first one is coming from Albania and team, and the second one is coming from Afghanistan and others.
The Afghanistan one.
Okay, so it's the second one. Okay, please, if my voice is not clear, please ask me, because if my voice is not clear, you will be confused. Okay, so please make sure I'm clear enough. If I'm not clear enough, just say it. Don't be ashamed, okay? Because it's for your own good, because it's for your final exam grade. Okay, so the first motion is for introduction of the working paper 1.2. Are there any points or motion, delegates? Counting once, counting twice, counting twice. So working paper 1.1, don't want to, all right. Okay, so moving on. So for now, I believe we shall share the tutor with, please share the working paper 1.2 to the group. So for every class, you could read it first for a couple of minutes, and then we shall present it. Is that okay, Niger?
Yeah, Chair.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, the working paper has been delivered to all of the class. So please read it carefully before it presented. The time is 2 minutes. Okay, so the time is 2 minutes. So have you received the document delegates?
Should Niger start to present the working paper?
Sorry, have you received it, the document, the others delegate from the other block? It should have been delivered to by your class group. So for delegates, please read it. For the time is only 2 minutes for the reading time. Okay, we start from now.
Niger would like to make sure again, should Niger start the presentation?
Sorry, delegates, is reading time. So this time, 2 minutes, no interruption, no anything. Just read the document from other delegates to comprehend it first, and then you can come to the stage to present your working paper.
All right, thank you, Chair.
All right. All right, the time has elapsed, so we should start from the presentation of the DR. So, delegation of Niger, who would like to present the DR from your block?
Points, Chair. Niger would like to asking for the possibility. It is possible to Niger and one and another delegates present together.
Sorry, delegates. Sorry, delegates. There is only one person that can be presented the DR in front of all of us. Sorry, delegates.
All right, thank you, Chair.
So one of you, make sure it's from class A, B, not from IP class. Okay, please come forward into the stage to present your working paper. It can be either Niger or other countries from the block. Please don't be wasting time, delegates. We don't have much time, delegates. It's only one person, not. Okay. Okay. All right, delegates. Wait, I shall. Sorry, delegates. Only one person, not.
Yes.
No. Oh, okay. Okay. For your time, it's only 10 minutes to present the working paper. Do you want to edit the time or you just want to set it at 10? 15 minutes, it's in order. Okay, so your time will be 15 minutes. So delegates, the time will start as soon as you start speaking.
There are three possible solutions came from Block 4, which are peaceful dialogue, refugee, and human rights. To make it efficient, delegates from Niger would like to read the working paper for Block 4. Chapter 1, Peaceful Dialogue or Meditations. Federal Republic of Somalia believe mediate the conflicting no parties with good office. This concept initiates to mediate the SAF and RSF in neutral spot in order to dispute settlement. 2. In mediation, Cameroon believe to resolve conflict in Sudan need collective actions. These things need collaboration between countries and international organizations. Number 3, the Republic of Islam Iran fully believe that the government of Sudan and the rebels who are in a state of conflict that has occurred for more than 21 years can be resolved through negotiation meditation by IJAD. Fully believing in mediation by a successful mediator is conflict resolution. Number 4, providing meditation room in Indonesia as inclusivity to support. Number 5, Indonesia will be the place for the mediation room, and we as the member of OIC, particularly in this block, will do collective action by actively ban every military activities in Sudan. Number 6, emphasizing the international institution to push non-official military party to cooperate to restore domestic political stability and providing the mediation space. Number 8, the Delegates Republic of the Union of Turkmenistan aims to express the interests of the parties who want to cooperate by conveying problems and discussing negotiation to solve problems. Chapter 2, Refugee. Encourage OIC state members who can facilitate Sudan's refugees to give monetary and humanitarian assistance to countries that can host the refugees to retain stability of the host countries. Assistance from civilians group must know what is needed by Sudan. The countries close to Sudan are advised to be ready to offer every facility and protection for Sudans. We can give our place to be the place for the refugees, but we believe that we need help from other countries to send the security to us and urge the United Nations to increase their humanitarian assistance to Sudan. Emphasizing international institutions to prepare a potential refugee explosion, including injured victims, civilians, and effective foreign nationals. Supporting attempts to prosecute those responsibility for human rights violation is recommended. And Chapter 3, Human Rights. Establish channels through which citizens can report human rights issues to the National Human Rights Commissions, such as through written applications, personal visit, hotlines, or the internet. Initiating such a petition and encouraging all member nations of the UN and non-UN countries to sign in. entertainment programs as a means of promoting human rights. Would like to support efforts to prosecute those responsibility for human rights abuse. This will help to ensure that those responsibility for crimes will be punished and may help to prevent future abuse. Giving humanitarian aid for victims of war in Sudan, provide this assistance by sending food, clothing, and medicine to the country of Sudan. Help to address international security by disarming aimed at protecting civilians and other refugee populations. Make an internal. Focus on protection of the livelihood of Sudanese citizens by asking assistance from. We offer health assistance through economic aid, such as sending medical equipment and medicine. And the last, protecting of human rights, cooperation of United Nations through UNHCR as an organization under the auspice of the United Nations that initiates human rights. As contained in Article 3 of the OHCHR, every person has the right, every livelihood, freedom, and individual safety. Thank you.
All right, delegates, your time has 9 minutes and 5 seconds left. So this time will be used for question and answer for the remaining time. So for those other delegates who have questions about the working paper, please raise your placard. Are there any questions regarding the working paper, delegates? Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. All right. So we believe there is no question and answer. So delegation of Niger, you could get back to your designated seats.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. We shall moving on to the next procedural, which will be, So are there any points or motions, delegates? Delegates, are there any points or motion? You could raise a moderate caucus or unmod. No, unmod is not in order. You can raise a moderate caucus or a presentation of the working paper. Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. Since there is none, since there is no motions, we shall go back to the general speaker list. Okay, the general speaker list. Let's reset it first. So, So for those delegates who would like to speak upon the general speaker list, please raise your placard now. Delegates, the women delegates, could you please name your countries in the mic? Turkmenistan. The delegates from the back, could you please state your country's name? The woman, the girl with the black. Is that Yemen? This country is Yemen.
Morocco.
And then delegation of Morocco. President of Morocco. Delegation of Oman. Delegation of Oman. Delegation of Kyrgyzstan. Delegation of Albania. How many? Delegation of Jordan. And Maldives. Okay. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Delegation of Delegation of Brunei Darussalam and Delegation of Egypt.
Yemen, you have been acknowledged. You can lower your hand. Thank you.
Delegation of Yemen, are there points? Would you like to raise some points? Okay, seeing none. So there's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more delegates should be recognized. Cannot see it. Could you please state your countries? The far way back there, could you please state your countries? Just say it on the mic, please.
Senegal.
Senegal, delegation of Senegal, okay. Okay, we shall proceed. So, for the general speaker list, okay, the first speaker is coming from delegation of Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, the time and floor is yours.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Chairperson of the session and representative of the delegation from member OIC countries. In the prior speech, it was articulated that as a neutral nation, Turkmenistan is dedicated not to getting implicated in conflict in the international sphere and not to becoming a member of a military alliance. For this explanation, Turkmenistan will not pay for any repression that are fighting for power in Sudan and attracting world attention through the OIC, which is a forum for multilateral diplomacy for Islamic countries to provide on all issues and consider other issues of concern to the member states. This is a consideration in finding a solution. UNHCR report that the humanitarian situation in around Sudan is tragic. This is just the beginning. More assistance is urgently needed. On the other hand, the civil war is unmoving and getting more difficult. Mediation can be the foundation of a peaceful solution, which is, of course, in accordance with the OIC Charter. A neutral third-party countries help the disputing parties to resolve the problem. The neighboring countries of Sudan will need attention.
Time has been elapsed.
Thank you.
We shall moving on to the next delegates coming from delegation of Morocco. Delegation of Morocco, the time and floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, the Honorable Chairperson of the session and representative of the delegation from each country. The conflict in Sudan has caused serious problems in human rights violation. In addition, the result of the conflict is the large number of refugees. If there is a mass displacement, there is a possibility that Morocco and several countries around it will face the challenge of dealing with a humanitarian crisis. As a member of the OIC, Morocco may be involved in effort to support peace in Sudan. This is because the civil war conflict in Sudan can affect political dynamic and regional and international diplomacy. Some of these views are based on the principles promoted by Morocco, namely peace, stability, protection of human rights, and regional cooperation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates of Morocco, for your speech. For the next speaker is coming from delegation of Oman. Delegation of Oman, the time and floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates.
Oman's involvement in the Sudan conflict was carried out through diplomatic channels, logistical assistance channels, and support for regional peace initiatives. Oman, along with other Arab League countries, called for a peaceful resolution to the conflict and has supported efforts to foster dialogue and reconciliation between the Sudanese parties. However, it is important to note that Omani direct involvement or influence in the Sudan conflict has been limited compared to the other regions and international actors. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has delivered an imperial welcome for the signing in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, or we can call that Declaration of Humanitarian Principles between representatives of the SAF and RSF. To underscore the need to continue dialogue between all parties to help reach Sudan people's aspirations for peace and stability. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Delegation of Oman. For the next speaker is coming from delegation of Kyrgyzstan. Delegation of Kyrgyzstan, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. Conflict is not merely seeking peace and synergy, but more than that, to maintain unity and oneness. Kyrgyzstan is grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this conference and the opportunity to participate in finding solutions for Sudanese conflict. As happened in it such as humanitarian crisis and political crisis, Kyrgyzstan represents the nation in any capacity regardless of the circumstances. Awareness of humanitarian issues in Sudan must be increased, as the state should be able to protect its people and the people must feel safe and comfortable in their country. Furthermore, a sustainable political solution is expected to bring peace and conflict resolution for the Sudanese conflict. Kyrgyzstan would like to recommend mediation as a long-term resolution which would likely require extensive efforts, trust building, and compromise from all involved parties to achieve lasting peace. Nevertheless, a sustainable and inclusive political solution requires cooperation between conflicting parties and support from the international community. Thank you.
All right, delegates. Before we continue the general speaker list, we said before, the chair has recognized 2 working papers, which coming from Albania and the others is coming from the Afghanistan. The working 1.2 that has been presented by Niger has been presented. So the first block, the working paper 1.1 that's coming from Albania and others, do you want to present your working paper, or you do not want to present it? If you do not want to present it, we can continue the general speaker list. If you do not want to present your working paper, we could present your paper after this. I believe is coming from delegation of Albania, Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Djibouti, Egypt, Guinea, Iraq, Lebanon, Nigeria, Oman, Palestine, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Uganda, and Yemen. So for this block, okay, delegation of Egypt.
The delegates of Egypt would like to be added to the presentation list, sir.
Do you want to speak upon the general speaker list, or you want to present your working paper?
I mean presentation, the working paper, block 1.
In paper?
Yes, right.
All right, thank you, delegates. We shall vote first upon this, under the chair's directive, this motion is automatically passed. I believe the first working paper that has been submitted to me is already delivered to you in class by the tutor, working paper 1.1. So you have a 2-minute time to read, to comprehend the first working paper, the working paper 1.1. Okay. Sorry. I want to make sure I received the working paper. There is only 1 page on the document. Is it the true document?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you, delegates of Egypt. All right, we shall moving on to the reading time. Just 2 minutes, starting from now. All right, delegates, the time has elapsed. The delegation of Egypt, you could move to the stage. It's either one of you. You can ask your block teammates. Is there any other countries who would like to raise? It's okay, but it's only one person that is allowed to be upstage. Thank you. Egypt.
Excuse me, can I invite one of my delegates from other country?
Make sure this only one person is present, the working paper. If it's a company, it's okay.
Okay, just company.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. So, since the time, we don't have much time. So for you, there's only 10 minutes in order, including questions and answer time, okay?
All
So
right.
make sure your time. Your time will be start as soon as you start speaking, delegates. The time and floor is yours.
All right, thank you. The Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed member of IC. Here, we as the delegates from Egypt would like to present our working paper. This working paper are submitted by Albania, Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Egypt, Guinea, Iraq, Lebanon, Nigeria, Oman, Palestine, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Uganda, and Yemen. We aware that the Sudan conflict has resulted in a severe humanitarian crisis with countless lives lost, widespread displacement, and the destructions of the infrastructure. And here our solution. First, we are going to bearing in mind the massive suffering endured by Sudanese people. Second, we are also affirming member state to giving the assistance to Sudanese people, since Sudanese need help, and we should be helping the Sudan. Third, desiring member states to support peace-building effort for the Sudan crisis. Fourth, confidence the OIC member and other organizations' success to fulfill the resolutions, like United Nations and others. Therefore, we would like to propose our solutions include, but not limited to, encourage the African Union views act of non-compliance as non-peaceful and calls on African Union's member to discuss reaching an agreement. Also, seeking countries with close economic relations to Sudan can exert pressures on the warring parties to negotiate a ceasefire by using their financial clout. Also, calls upon UNHCR and UNMISS to provide shelter for refugees in a country that accommodate and protect the rights and also the conditions of the refugees. And next, recalling member states to seek security assistance to evacuate citizens that are affected by the conflict. Next, condemns assistance to people who belong to priority groups, namely elderly, children, women, and pregnant women that are vulnerable and need help from us. And last is we are going to consider member states to participate in medical assistance in the form of medicines and medical shelter for victims that are affected by conflict. Also, by pursuing a comprehensive peace agreement through inclusive dialogue and national reconciliations, our bloc over a better change of coping armed conflict and pave the way to more a peaceful there, especially for civilians. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Albania and Egypt. So for those delegates, we shall proceed the question and answer session. So for those delegates who have a question, please raise your placard. Wow, thank you. Delegation of Somalia, please state your question. I think there is a technical issues with the Somalia mic. Could someone please help them? Or you can use the other mic, you know, like your friend's mic under you, behind you, or whatever. Thank you, Somalia. We apologize for the inconvenience. Quick, please quick. Just make it short and quick.
Okay, thank you, the chairman. We, the Federal Republic of Somalia, would like to ask on the position, on the working paper of the Albania Alliance, especially on the specific solution. Do you have like the specific solution to provide this humanitarian crisis or the Sudan political crisis, especially on the desiring member state to support peace building effort for the Sudan crisis? Maybe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Somalia, for the questions. Yes, we are aiming to invite and foster virtual relations with specific organizations. Yes, I think that's
Okay,
enough.
so for the next delegates who would like to answer, okay, delegation of Niger. Niger, please state your question. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't talked about it yet, but the only question is allowed, it's in order, is a yes or no questions. So if you want to you make sure you rephrase it as a yes or no questions, and they can elaborate after that. There is no elaboration questions, okay? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Chair. Since we just know about the regulation, we cancel our question.
No? Okay. So for the other delegates, are there any questions towards the working paper, delegation of Afghanistan? Please state your question to the Egypt.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. We would like to ask the yes or no question about, do you think we don't need to do kind of a long-term solution such as mediation for this conflict, because this is the main problem in this Sudan armed conflict? Thank you.
Wait, can you?
Sorry, delegates of Afghanistan, the only type of question that's allowed in this session is the question and answer, the yes or no question, so there is no elaborations.
Okay. Do you think we don't need to do kind of a long-term solution for this conflict? Thank you. Yes or no?
Yes, we do. Okay, because Sudan crisis is, we think that must be a long journey, a long experiences. So we think we should have long-term solutions for that.
Are there any questions? Counting once, counting twice. Okay, delegation of Bangladesh, please restate your questions.
Okay. Can you convince other countries that there are no interpolitical interests in this resolution? Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear clearly. Can you please repeat that again? Thank you.
Can you convince other countries that there are no interpolitical interests in this resolution?
I'm sorry, but that cannot be answered yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
Our delegates, I think there is no more question is allowed, since we have a voting procedure afterwards. So delegates of Egypt and delegates of Albania, please remain back to your seats. All right, thank you, delegates. So we now, since there is two delegates who have already present the working paper, shall we now continue with the voting procedure? So delegates, so this is the first working paper, which actually is coming from the delegation of Albania and others. So we will have to do a roll call one more time. So in this roll call, you can state present or present and voting. If you say present, you can abstain. But if you say present and voting, you are not allowed to abstain. Beforehand, we want to ask. No, there is no ask question. Okay, so we shall, if we could say your call, you could state your present and voting, and afterward you can say which are you agree upon or disagree upon, or you are abstain about the working paper 1.1. Okay, from the first is delegates of Afghanistan.
We are disagree with the working paper 1.1.
Are you present or present and voting first?
We are present.
Okay, so you are voting no for the 1.1. Okay, so the second is delegates of Albania. Could you state present or present voting and state your voting?
The delegate of Republic of Albania present and voting yes for
Okay.
the working paper 1.1.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next delegation of Algeria. Delegation of Algeria.
We present and voting.
All right, thank you. Next is delegation of Bahrain. Delegations of Bahrain, please state your present and voting, or you are voting yes or no.
Present and voting.
Are you agree upon or you disagree upon?
Agree.
Agree, thank you. I think I miss Azerbaijan. Countries of Azerbaijan, delegates of Azerbaijan, please state your present and voting and voting.
Present and voting and no.
Present and voting and no. All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegation of Bangladesh. Please make it quick, yeah. We don't have much time.
Delegates of Bangladesh, present and voting.
Present and voting yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
Okay, present and voting yes. Moving on to the next delegation of Brunei Darussalam.
We are present and voting no.
Please state your voting. You yes or no or abstain? No? No, okay. Moving on to the next delegation of Burkina Faso.
I'm sorry, delegates of Bangladesh.
Yeah, you already vote yes. Is there any points?
We vote for no.
Oh, you vote for no. Okay,
Yes.
sorry for the misunderstanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates of Bangladesh. Burkina Faso?
Delegate of Burkina Faso present and voting, and we are disagree with working paper 1.1.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the delegation of Cameroon.
We're present and voting, and we disagree with working paper 1.1.
You disagree?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Delegation of Chad.
The delegate of Chad is present and voting, and we vote no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the delegation of Comoros.
Present and voting yes.
Okay, you're voting yes or no? Yes, okay, thank you. Delegation of Djibouti.
Delegates of Djibouti present and voting, we vote yes.
All right, thank you, delegation of Djibouti. Moving on to the next delegation of Egypt.
Sorry, sir. The Algerian delegates has not yet voted.
Which country?
Algerian.
Azerbaijan, huh?
Algeria.
Algeria already, oh yeah, you haven't voted, yes.
Yeah. We vote for yes.
For yes or no?
Yes.
All right, thank you, delegates. Sorry for the mistaken. Moving on to the next delegation of Egypt. Delegation of Egypt, please state your present and voting and the voting.
Delegate of Egypt, present and voting and yes.
All right, thank you, delegates. And moving on to the next is delegation of Gabon.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegation of Gambia.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates of Guinea.
Present and voting yes.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegation of Indonesia.
Delegates from Indonesia, we are present and no.
Okay, thank you. Delegation of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Present and voting, we are disagree.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next delegation of Iraq.
Present and voting and vote yes.
All right, thank you, delegation. Moving on to the delegation of Jordan.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next is delegation of Kazakhstan.
The delegate of Kazakhstan present and disagree.
All right, thank you. Delegation of Kuwait.
We delegate of Kuwait present and disagree on working paper 1.1.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegation, delegation of Kyrgyzstan.
Delegates of Kyrgyzstan is present and voting. We vote for no.
All right, thank you, delegation. Moving on to the delegate of Lebanon.
Present and voting yes.
All right, moving on to the next is the delegation of Libya.
Present and voting no.
All right, moving on to the next delegation of Malaysia.
Present and voting no.
Okay, moving on to the next delegation of Maldives.
Present and no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegation of Mali.
Present and voting and no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegation of Morocco.
Present and voting no.
Moving on to the delegation of Mozambique.
We are present and no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates of Niger.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the delegation of Nigeria.
Delegates of Nigeria present and voting, and we agree with working paper 1.1.
Moving on to the next is delegation of Oman.
Present and voting, and we vote for yes.
All right, moving on to the next delegation of Pakistan. All right, thank you, delegates of Pakistan. Moving on to the next delegates of Palestine. Agree. All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegation of Qatar. Yes. All right, thank you, delegates, present and voting, and yes. Moving on to the next delegates of Saudi Arabia. All right, thank you, delegates. For those delegates who has the mic on, please turn it off first because there's a limited personnel that can be open, that can be on. So the delegate who will not like to speak upon anything, please turn off the mic. Thank you. Moving on to the next delegates of Senegal. Present and voting and vote? No, thank you. Moving on to the next delegation of Sierra Leone. Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegates of Somalia. No? Okay, thank you. Delegates of Sudan. All right, thank you, present and voting yes. And then moving on to the delegates of Suriname.
Present and voting, and our vote is no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegates of Tajikistan.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next delegates of Tunisia.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegates of Turkey.
Present and voting yes.
All right, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegates of Turkmenistan.
The delegate of Turkmenistan present and voting, and we vote no.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Delegates of Uganda.
Present and voting yes.
All right, delegates. Moving on to the next delegates, United Arab Emirates.
Present and voting, and disagree.
Disagree. Okay. Moving on to the next delegates of Uzbekistan.
Present and voting no.
All right, thank you, delegates of Yemen.
Present and voting yes.
All right, thank you, delegates. So for this voting procedure, we use a two-thirds majority for the pass or not pass. So the present countries is 7, present and voting is 43, which result as a two-thirds majority of 33. And because the yes, 33 in order to this working paper to be a pass, and since there is only 19 yeses, so this working paper is failed. Okay. Okay, delegates. Moving on to the next voting procedure is still the same. And once more time, I would like to say, please turn off the mic if you're not speaking. And we shall moving on to the second roll call. Because it's the same roll call as before, you just said yes or no. All right, delegates? Okay, wait. 1 minute. Okay, so you just say yes or no because you have already said present and present voting, so it's just to cut the time. Okay, first, delegation of Afghanistan.
Yes.
All right. I would like to remind you, this is for working paper 1.2. It has been submitted by Afghanistan and ally. Moving on to the delegates is delegation of Albania.
No.
Thank you. Delegation of Algeria.
No.
Delegation of Azerbaijan.
Yes.
Delegates of Bahrain.
No.
Delegates of Bangladesh.
Yes.
Delegates of Brunei Darussalam.
Yes.
Delegates of Burkina Faso.
Yes.
Delegates of Cameroon.
Yes.
Delegates of Chad.
Yes.
Delegates of Comoros.
No.
Delegates of Djibouti.
No.
Delegate of Egypt.
No.
Delegates of Gabon.
Yes.
Delegates of Gambia.
Yes.
Delegates of Guinea.
No.
Delegate of Indonesia.
Yes.
Delegate of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yes.
Delegates of Iraq.
No.
Delegates of Jordan.
Yes.
Delegates of Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Delegates of Kuwait.
Yes.
Delegates of Kyrgyzstan.
Yes.
Delegates of Lebanon.
No.
Delegates of Libya.
Yes.
Delegates of Malaysia.
Yes.
Delegates of Maldives.
Yes.
Delegates of Mali.
Yes.
Morocco.
Yes.
Delegates of Mozambique.
Yes.
Delegate of Niger.
Yes.
Delegate of Nigeria.
No.
Delegates of Oman.
No.
Delegates of Pakistan. Delegates of Palestinian. Delegates of Qatar. No? Okay. Delegates of Saudi Arabia. No? Okay. Delegates of Senegal.
Yes.
Delegates of Sierra Leone. Delegates of Somalia. Delegates of Sudan. Delegate of Suriname.
Yes.
Delegate of Tajikistan.
Yes.
Delegate of Tunisia.
Yes.
Delegate of Turkey.
No.
Delegate of Turkmenistan.
Yes.
Delegate of Uganda.
No.
Delegate of United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. United of Uzbekistan.
No.
And lastly, Delegate of Yemen.
No.
No? Okay. So since the two-third majority is still the same, is 33, there is only 30 who voted yes. There is fail. You guys fail this session. That's the conclusion. Okay. So since the voting procedure has been done, so after this we shall back to the points or motions. So there is only one motion allowed. It's the suspension of the debate. So for those delegates who would like to raise a motion, points or motion, please raise your placard now. Delegates of Afghanistan.
Delegates of Afghanistan would like to suspend the meeting.
All right, thank you, delegates of Afghanistan. That is in order and that is automatically passed. Yay!
Delegates may have their lunch first or pray first. The lunch will be available outside and delegates are allowed to eat inside. For Zuhr prayer, the delegates could use the musalla of the second floor, which could be accessed through a balcony passage or going to the outdoor musalla located behind the north of the hotel. Please make sure that you are in your seat at 1 p.m., exactly 1 p.m. back in your seat, all right, as the session will be continued at that time. So, all right, you can exit the room.
Okay, you can exit the room now. For those delegates, please make sure you want to eat first or pray first in order, so make sure there is no crowd. You can eat inside the room though. So please, go, chop, because
recording
you have,
stopped.
Not in 1 hour. So 1 p.m. is already seat. If you're not seat, you're not allowed in the room. Thank you, delegates.
Understood.
Albania open war. Palestina open war. Palestina shit. Palestina. Bahrain.
Nyala. Bilang aja, ngomong aja.
Oke. Oh. Udah kayak kalian panik gitu, jadi nggak usah ngomong dulu sampai saat mau ngomong. Nanti.
Palestina.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear delegates, please remain seated. Please be back to your designated seat. Thank you. We will start as soon as possible. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will proceed the third committee session from this Committee of Organization of Islamic Cooperation meeting addressing the topic of Sudan Armed Conflict. Dear delegates, I would like to say that we are truly desperate, we are truly concerned about the previous session because there is no working paper is passed, which will be make this session more hard. We cannot proceed a long session because the working paper is not finished. The working paper is failed. We failed this meeting. So I would like to say that we hope as a board of days in this committee session, we would like to say that you delegates should have more comprehensive debate. You should have addressing what should have been done. Each countries should be addressing more about the RSF and SAF, because we are concerned. We only talk about humanitarian aid, health crisis, but there is a lot of missing, which why the working paper is not passed. You should elaborate more. You should be concerned more about your country's stances. You should consider it more about your anything going in the diplomacy things. You can be more lateral to everyone, not just bilateral and multilateral. Make sure it's more expansion. You can create another block. You can create nothing. Everything you can make, it's up to you. So we shall proceed this session. Maybe we begin with the roll call. What's happening, Coach?
I'm sorry, delegates. I just received a emergency call saying that the delegation from Sudan is missing. I believe that the delegation was replaced. The government was replaced by the RSF, and this situation told us to proceed to create an emergency draft resolution because of the we need to address the current condition right now. Chair, I think we have to address this situation right now because this is a very concerning situation. I don't believe that the delegate of Sudan is present in here, the delegate of Sudan.
Probably we should do a roll call first.
All right.
To make sure.
Okay. Maybe we should proceed to the roll call first to claim the situation at first. All right. Mr. Rapporteur, you're ready for a roll call? All right. Okay. First, we'll proceed with the roll call. The first country Afghanistan.
The delegates of Afghanistan is present.
All right, thank you, delegate of Afghanistan. Delegate of Albania.
The delegates of Albania present and voting.
Thank you, Albania. We're moving to the next one. Delegate from Algeria.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Algeria. Next one is delegates of Azerbaijan.
Present.
Delegates of Azerbaijan is present. The next one is delegate from Bahrain.
Present and voting.
The next one is delegates from Bangladesh.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Delegates of Brunei Darussalam.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Next one is delegates from Burkina Faso.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Delegates of Cameroon.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Chad.
The delegates of Chad is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Chad. Delegates of Comoros.
Delegates of Comoros is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Djibouti. Next one is delegates from Egypt.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Egypt. Delegates of Gabon.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Gabon. Delegates of Gambia.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Guinea.
The delegates of Guinea is present and voting.
I'm sorry, delegates of Guinea?
The delegates of Guinea is present and voting.
All right, thank you. Delegates of Indonesia.
Present.
Delegates of Indonesia is present. Delegates of Iran.
Delegate of Iran present.
Thank you. Delegates of Iraq.
The delegates of Iraq is present and voting.
Thank you, Iraq. Delegates of Jordan.
Delegates of Jordan present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Kazakhstan.
Present.
Delegates of Kazakhstan is present. Delegates of Kuwait.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Kyrgyzstan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Kyrgyzstan. Next up is delegate of Lebanon.
The delegates of Lebanon present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Libya.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Libya. Delegates from Malaysia.
Present and voting.
The delegates of Maldives.
Present.
Delegates of Maldives is present. Delegates of Mali.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Morocco.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Morocco. The next one is delegates of Mozambique.
Present and voting.
Okay. Thank you, Mozambique. The next one is delegates from Niger.
Niger is present and voting.
The next one is delegates from Nigeria.
The delegate of Nigeria is present and voting.
All right. Delegates from Oman.
The delegates of Oman is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Pakistan.
The delegates of Pakistan is present and voting.
Thank you, Pakistan. Delegates of the region of Palestine.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Qatar.
The delegate of Qatar is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
The delegates of Saudi Arabia is present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Senegal.
The delegates of Senegal is present.
Delegates of Sierra Leone.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Somalia.
Delegates of Somalia present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Sudan. Calling once. Calling twice. Delegates of Sudan. All right. It is confirmed that delegate of Sudan is not here. Delegate of Suriname.
Delegate of Suriname is present and voting.
Delegate of Tajikistan.
Delegate of Tajikistan present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Tunisia.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates from Turkey.
The delegates of Turkey is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Turkmenistan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Turkmenistan. Delegates of Uganda.
Present and voting.
All right. Delegates of United Arab Emirates.
Delegate of United Arab Emirates is present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates of Uzbekistan.
Present.
Thank you. The last but not least, delegates of Yemen.
The delegate of Yemen is present and voting.
All right. Thank you, delegate. That concludes the roll call. And now we are going to proceed to the next event. I believe that we just received a video from the delegate of Sudan. I think the rapporteur could play the video that we have received.
الغبش بنجيب حي ليلة اللهب نكويه كي احنا الغبش بنجيب حي ليلة اللهب نكويه كي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. أولا نترحم على أرواح شهدائنا جميعا لهم الرحمة والمغفرة عاجل الشفاء للجرحى عاجل الشفاء للجرحى. ثانيا نعتذر نحن لكل سوداني وسودانية كبارا وصغارا شيبا وشبابا من مأساة هذه الحرب اللعينة الفرضوها فينا الفلول الانقلابيين. نمرة 2 رسائلنا نحن لأخواننا رسائلنا نحن لأخواننا بالقوات المسلحة بنقول لهم لو دارين الحل العاجل غيروا هذه الطقمة الباقية غيروا هذه القيادة بتاعت هيئة القيادة دي غيروها الليلة خلال 72 ساعة ممكن نصل لاتفاق. الشيء الثاني رسالتنا لشعبنا بالدعم السريع. أبطال الدعم السريع أمهات الدعم السريع أخوان الدعم السريع أخوان الدعم السريع وابشروا بالخير. ما قصرتم درستوهم درس في القتال وفنون القتال. في القتال وفنون القتال. الفضل البسيط الله أكبر. رسالتنا الثانية لأخونا ياسر عطا عندنا نعرف كويس الكلام ده يا أخوي ما كلام كاسات كلامنا كلام جد. فأحسن لك التصريحات اللي ما عندها قيمة دي خليها. الرسالة الثانية للشعب السوداني يا اخواننا الآن أحمد هارون طلع من السجن بترأس لجنة أمن ولاية القبارف وكسرة بترأس لجنة أمن الولاية. طيب إذا تقول لي تاني أكثر من كذا في بلول في كذا قلنا يا جماعة نكون واضحين. الناس ديل الآن هم شغالين بتعليمات أحمد هارون وبكرتي وأسامة عبد الله والمجموعة الطقم اللي معاهم. الله أكبر. لو دارين تتفاوضوا معاهم شعب طيب يا اخوانا احنا رسالتنا واضحه، ندعو على السلام، ندعو على الفتنه، ندعو على الحرب. خلونا كلنا نتجه للسلام. لكن الجماعه دي البرهان دي قاعدين في البدرومات دي يسلموا نفسهم. سلم نفسه. خلينا من الكذب والكلام اللي ما عنده قيمه والادعاءات اللي بيعملوا فيها، وقاعد يشيل لي موتر يمشي يصور، يشيل لي عربيه حقت مواطن متفلت يمشي يصور. يا جماعه الرساله الثانيه والمهمه، المتفلتين احنا بريئين منه.
ما حقنا
المتفلتين احنا ما عندنا حرامي، احنا ما عندنا مجرم، احنا نظيفين، احنا سليمين، احنا صادقين، احنا مخلصين، احنا ما حرامي. حرامي ما زولنا، متفلت ما زولنا. المتفلت بالنسبه لنا عدو، المتفلت بالنسبه لنا عدو. احنا الان اثر في العدو وأثر في المتفلتين. وإن شاء الله لما الشعب السوداني وهنجيب الديمقراطية إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا.
All right. Delegates, attention delegates. I'm sorry to inform you that I just received the news that the government of Sudan has been taken over by the Rapid Support Force in Khartoum. And that means right now the one in charge in Sudan is the RSF, and the government of Sudan is no more, and is not eligible to represent the country of Sudan in this committee. Based on this, as a co-chair, I suggest you to create an emergency draft resolution to take on this issue, because this is the thing that needs to be addressed very carefully and very rapidly. And I think we are moving right now to the creation of the emergency draft resolution.
In order to create the draft resolution, this is an emergency draft resolution. Even though the previous working papers, nothing has been passed, it's all failed because of the situations that happening in Sudan right now. We shall really concerned about what happened there, because this is probably, you might thought this is a regional, this is a civil war or whatever, but this is involved of all of us. We are as the same organization, as the same kind of corporations. We shall condemn this in the more. We shall proceed to the formal debate because this is urgent. We shall proceed. The only motion that is allowed on the floor is the unmoderated caucus. So for those delegates who would like to propose the motions, please raise your placard now. I saw Somalia first. So delegates of Somalia, please state your points or motions.
The Federal Republic of Somalia would like to raise a motion for unmoderated causes to discuss the emergency in Sudan for 15 minutes.
15 minutes, if I wasn't mistaken?
Yes.
Do you want it to probably expand it to 20, or you just want us to stick to 15?
Change to 20 minutes.
All right, thank you, delegates. 20 more. Could you please? All right, thank you, delegates, for the motions. So are there any points or motions on the floor, delegates? Counting once. Iraq, delegates of Iraq, what is your points or motions?
The delegates of Iraq would like to propose an unmoderated caucus with the time 20 minutes about the effect of RSF taking over Sudan.
Seeing the topic and the type of motion is quite similar to the one that Somalia has been proposed, that is not in order. because it's actually the same. So you should vote to the first motion that is being submitted by Somalia. So we shall vote upon the only motion that is in order, which a motion proposed by Somalia in order to discuss the emergency in Sudan. For those delegates who would like to vote yes upon the motion, please raise your placard now. We suggest all of you raising your placards. This is a voting to the first and one and only motions on the floor, which motion on unmoderated caucus for a total time 20 minutes that is proposed by Somalia in the topic of emergency in Sudan. Seeing 34 delegates has been voted yes, so this is automatically passed. So we would like to suggest you to discuss more and elaborate more with your blog or with your friends and other countries to make sure this is to be solved. In the case of RSF and SEAF, conflict to be solved, and we suggest you to submit your draft resolution no longer before 2:30 p.m. Thank you, delegates. We would like to have you a fruitful debate. The Armed Caucus start by now. Delegates, I would like to remind you, please use a formal English and please speak informal way. If you want to speak informal, it's okay, but please speak in English, and there is prohibited to you to speak any offensive language. Thank you.
All right, delegates. I think the unmoderated caucus time has exhausted. You may all go back to your designated seats. Thank you. Delegates, please be quick. This is an emergency situation. You don't want to waste any more time of this committee session. Please be quick. Go back to your designated seats. Thank you.
An additional information, the submission for the draft resolution is extended to be 14 and 45 minutes. So it should be at 2:45 p.m. So make sure you have finished it before it, so you can, so all the delegates can vote it and don't waste a lot of time just discussing something. It's not that important. Delegates, we shall proceed for the formal debate. I hope you delegates already have a fruitful discussion and a great solution to be proposed in the draft resolution. So we shall moving on to the formal debate. Delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegates of Brunei Darussalam, please state your points or motions.
The delegates of Brunei Darussalam would like to propose a motion of extending the UMC regarding the emergency of Sudan.
Right, moving on. Udah pas? Udah, okay. Okay, are there any other points or motions, delegates? Counting once. Are there any points or motions? Counting twice. Counting thrice. All right, seeing none. We shall proceed for the procedural voting. So for those who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placard now. Saying there is 40 on the floor, so I would like to ask the 10. So for those delegates who are disagree upon the motion, please raise your placard now. Who are disagree upon this motion? Where's the 10? Why the delegates didn't raise their hands? We know you, okay? All right, delegates. Before we start the unmoderated caucus, there is a couple of information that I would like to state. The most important one is the extension of the deadline for the draft resolution. And so yeah, probably, wait, what's happening?
Okay, so attention, we just received a video call from the Sudan delegation, which representing due to the former announcement. We're going to receive the video call, and please, all of the delegates, to pay attention.
Put it off!
Dear all, listen to this.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear all delegates of the OIC, Alhamdulillah, we're in the good health. We urge all of the OIC head of state to rapidly recognize the current Sudan government. And I...
Stop.
I think it's kind of random. Don't know what's happening here. I should leave it to our crisis committee, our co-chair.
I'm sorry, I just believe that is a video call from the delegates of Sudan. I think this shouldn't be the time of you to laugh. This is a serious issue. We have to address this immediately. Please, all of the delegates, focus your mind on the condition of the delegates of Sudan who have been replaced by the RSF government. Now, I would like us to proceed to the next committee, which. All right, delegates. I think I believe that the situation needs to be addressed very fast, very rapid. I suggest that the motion on the floor is the extension of the unmoderated caucus. So, all right.
Since there's already a motion that is already been voted on, we shall start the extension of the unmoderated caucus. Please make sure to talk about this emergency real comprehensively to make sure we don't waste our time anymore, because there is more people killing and there's more people suffering in the countries. So we shall start for the extension of the unmoderated caucus. So this shall by now, delegates, please do talk, do discuss what's the solution of this, what's the ending of this. Thank you, delegates.
delegate
Gue mau lobby Arab.
Dear delegates, please get back to your designated seats because the time has elapsed, the time for our caucus has elapsed. Please stop discussing and please remain silent. Delegates, please be back at your designated seat right now because the time for our caucus has been elapsed. Delegates, there is no more discussions. Please remain silent as we are on a formal debate.
ada nilai sih, cuman enggak itu maksimal nanti. Bilang aja, excuse me, Chair.
All right, delegates, seeing that the time for the previous motion has exhausted, I believe that we should proceed to the next motion. Is there any points or motions on the floor?
Karena ngomong di itu gimana nanti tetap dapat kok kamu. Kamu tahu dari mana? Tadi nanya sama orangnya. Enggak apa, bilang aja nanti daripada ayo.
Apa kita mulai dulu moderator komisnya? Iya. I'm sorry, delegates, maybe you don't hear my voice clearly. We are proceeding to the next committee. Is there any points or motions on the floor? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. All right, seeing there's, all right. Thank you, the delegates of, is it Niger? All right, thank you, delegates of Niger. Please state your motion.
Delegates of Niger would like to propose unmoderated caucus about the RSF for 30 minutes.
Sorry, delegates of Niger, that is not in order. We have exhausted the extension of the unmoderated caucus. Now we are moving to the moderated caucus. That is very suggestible. Would you like to change it to moderated caucus?
Yeah, sure. And the time is 20 minutes to 2.
The time is 20 to 2. What is the topic of the moderated caucus?
SRF.
Can you elaborate the topic?
RSF in Sudan political crisis.
I'm sorry, do you mean the RSF forces in the Sudan crisis?
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
Hello, delegates of Niger. Could you please be more specific regarding the topic? Since this very emergency, could you please add some aspects or factors that related to the crisis? Maybe about the factors, the government or something.
All right. Can it be real objectives of the RSF in Sudan political crisis?
Thank you, delegates of Niger. That is in order. We will entertain your motion of 20 to 2. The topic is the practice of RSF in the Sudan conflict. All right. Is there any more other motions or points on the floor? I'm sorry, I don't see your placard, delegates. Thank you, delegates of Kazakhstan. You may state your motion.
The delegate of Kazakhstan would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus for 20 minutes and 2 minutes each speaker time to discuss restoration of Sudan civilian government.
All right. Thank you, delegates of Kazakhstan. Your motion has been acknowledged. A motion for 20 to 2. The topic is to restore the Sudan civilian order. All right, thank you. Is there any third motion? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. All right, if there's none, we will proceed to vote. Based on the disruptive order, I believe that the chair believes that the first topic that is disruptive is the RSF political crisis in Sudan. Is there any delegates who agree to this motion proposed by the delegates of Nigeria? Please raise your placards. Niger, sorry, I'm sorry. All right. Seeing that the vote has gone very highly, this motion clearly passed, and we will entertain this motion by the delegate of Niger. The delegate of Niger, would you like to speak first or last in this motion?
Niger would like to speak last.
All right, thank you, delegates of Niger. Now we're proceeding to the speaker list. Delegates who wants to be added to the speaker list, please
Excuse me,
raise
Chair?
your... Sorry?
Excuse me, Chair. My teammate would like to ask a question.
Is it unfortunate, but in the first session for the regular an IP student delivered a speech which was supposed to be, since the IP student has delivered the speech, will that mean that the IP student will speak again in this session, or do she need to switch with the regular student that haven't delivered the speech?
Okay, if I wasn't mistaken, your question is about who has to speak in this session? Is it regular class or IP class?
Yes.
I suggest, I think that all of you already given like the task, like the previous session. It's only for regular class A and B, and now is the session of head of state, which are for the IP classes. Only IP classes, if I wasn't mistaken. So make sure the only speak is head of state, but the others from the foreign minister from the previous or the ambassadorial could speak upon the unmoderated caucus, but cannot propose a motion or speak upon the moderated caucus. Is that clear up your questions, delegates?
Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, delegates. First, I would like to remind you that we will only entertain points. If you don't state your points in the beginning, that is not in order, and this will not be happening anymore. So if you do have any points, whether it's questions or inquiries, please state your point first. All right. Thank you. Now we proceed to the speaker list of the motion.
Hello. Okay, I would like a little bit giving announcement regarding the who's speaking in the session. So as we already told that it should be IP class students only, but if you already have mistaken that the IP classes students already speak on the former session, so you can switch. So make sure that all of the delegates or the students in each classes have spoken in each session. Is it clear? All right. If there is no point, we can continue to the moderate caucus.
All right. We've been interrupted several times. Now we should proceed to the speaker list. Is there any delegates who would like to be added to the speaker list? Please raise your placards. Delegates of Iraq. And then the second one is the delegate of Pakistan. The next one is the delegate, is that Palestine? All right. Delegates of Palestine. Is there any other delegates? Please raise your placards higher, delegates. We cannot. I'm sorry, is that delegates from Senegal? Is that correct? All right. Delegates of Senegal. Delegates of Mali. And then and then delegates of Somalia. Delegates of Jordan. Albania, would you like to? No, all right. Delegates of Iran. All right. All right. The speaker list has been full. And now we would proceed to, sorry, one more. All right. We still have one more place to the speaker list. Please raise your placards. All right, the delegates of Brunei Darussalam, they are acknowledged. Please lower your placards. Now we're going to proceed to the first speaker of the list is delegates from Iraq. Please, delegates from Iraq.
Okay, so as we know that RSF is taking over Sudan government, so here, I found that Hameti stated in the video said that if you want a quick solution, so you have to change your leadership and we'll come to an agreement in 72 hours. So Hameti said that if you want a quick solution, so you have to make a conversation with Hameti in the time of 72 hours. So here, as an OIC's member, Iraq wanted to make this chance to have a conversation with Hameti to know more about what he wanted to this changement. Like, if the leadership is empty, so there's no policy, or there is a crisis of policy in Sudan. So we have to use this chance to have a conversation with Hameti and know more about what he wanted, and we will, as Iraq delegates, we wanted to make agreement of them by propose an election for the leadership change. So we agree about the proposal from Hameti, so that the quick solution could be merger of this crisis. So the election is become the requirements after we agree about the leadership change. That's it.
All right. Thank you, delegates of Iraq. Now we're moving to the second speaker of the list. This is the delegates of Pakistan.
Okay, so we all know the current situation is the emergency call. Is the RSF won the war, and then they want to take over the Sudan's government, and then we, as the delegates of Pakistan, agree with the resolution that RSF with doing negotiation and mediation to achieving the goals that who is want to being the leader of the Sudan itself, because we can consider that the RSF is taking over the election. If there's election for RSF, who wants to be the leader from RSF itself, and then the leader could regulate the laws which will reduce the demonstration of the Sudan, and Sudan will create a peaceful world without demonstrate over the years, and then it will solve the humanitarian crisis that is happened previous in the Sudan state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, delegates of Pakistan. Moving to the next speaker is the delegates from the Palestinian territory. Delegates from the Palestinian territory, you may state your motion.
One of the options in the RSF leader want to change the leader in the Sudan. We provide general election options to the Sudan state with security assistance from several Arab League countries, and if the options are not treated properly, such as there are still demonstrations and so on, we advise all countries to impose penalties to Sudan. With this, hopefully the political problems in Sudan will be resolved soon. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of the Palestinian territory. Moving to the next delegate, we have the delegates of Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As a concerned nation committed to upholding the principles of democracy, peace, and stability, Senegal urgently recommends that the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or OIC, closely cooperate with the United Nations regarding the coup that led by the RSF in Sudan. Senegal firmly believes that the OIC and UN must work in unison to condemn any attempts to subvert democratic institutions and process. Senegal urged the OIC and the UN to take swift and decisive action to prevent further escalation of the situation and facilitate a peaceful resolution. In conclusion, Senegal calls on the OIC and UN to stand in solidarity with the people of Sudan and take collective action against any attempts to undermine democracy and peace in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Senegal. Now we have delegates of Mali on the speaker list.
The situation has gotten more dire, and as a member of OIC, we must advance our discussion from mitigating the damage of the Sudan conflict to solving the takeover of Sudanese delegates by the RSF. We agree with the previous proposal from the other delegates that we must initiate a mediation in a neutral and safe area. We also propose a cooperation with the United Nations Security Council to minimize any security concern. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Mali. Moving up, we have the delegates of Somalia, please.
Okay, the current crisis that we already heard, if there are new bombing in Sudan during this crisis. These issues has caused thousands of deaths, and it must be a concern on this forum. We cannot do anything about this conflict. We need an immediate solution because if we just do nothing, there will be more Sudanese peoples that will die. Somali would like to urge this forum to solve these solutions to save the government and Sudan peoples. We need immediate mediations, a peaceful dialogue to save them, and also urge the United Arab Emirates, Libya, and Yemen to pull their supports on RSV because it also puts UIC principle on non-interference principle. We believe this is such as an urgent situation on this forum and needs to be solved immediately to tackle these issues so we can help the Sudan government and their people. We urge all member states to support us in solving this case to make Sudan back as an independent country. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Somalia. Now we're moving up to the next delegate. It's from delegates of Jordan.
We are Jordan propose that the cooperation with higher international institutions such as UN to tackle the Sudan political. The cooperation could be with the United Nations Office for Development Affairs or UNDA. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Jordan. Now, we have on the list is delegates of Iran.
As a delegate from Iran, I will say the RSF is commanded by General Muhammad Hamdan Dagalo, who currently holds the position of Deputy Head of Sudan Ruling Sovereign Council. And then, analysis estimate that the force number about 100,000 with base and deployment across the country. The RSF has been accused of assuming ever increased power without any legal basis and acted outside the law. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Iran. Delegates, I would like to remind you, please stop refraining to use the first perspective address. So the word like I or you is not very correct in this set of meeting. Thank you. Moving up to the next one is we have the delegate from the Brunei Darussalam. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Sultanate of Brunei stance regarding the RSF in political crisis is that we believe in the power of cooperative efforts and the role of unity in OIC in resolving conflicts that circulate around a peaceful dialogue as a solution to solve this crisis, as well as alleviating humanitarian suffering. So Brunei believes that the immediate and urgency to solve the coercion from the RSF is to involve OIC member countries, particularly UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Arabian countries who already have a good relationship with RSF, and we urge these countries that I have mentioned to conduct a diplomatic approach with RSF to solve the Sudan political crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Brunei. We're moving to the last delegates on the list, the delegates of Niger, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The recent situation on the Sudan political crisis is state control of Sudan in the hand of the RSF itself. So we believe that the real objectives of rapid support forces is to dominate military power in Sudan. And the recent condition is RSF already dominate the military itself. So the core problem in Sudan political crisis is the two military forces. And now there is only one dominant power, means the core problem already passed. And we believe that it's our crisis time to negotiate and assist the stability of Sudan. Niger highly encourage all of the OIC member countries to cooperate, and we strongly agree that negotiation and assistance from the UN will support the mediation itself. Thank you.
Good delegates of Niger. Seeing the list of the speakers have been exhausted, we are now moving to another agenda. All right, delegates, we're moving up to the next committee. Is there any points or motions on the floor? Please raise your placards. But before that, I would like to remind you that the draft resolutions deadline is before 2:45 p.m. I repeat, 2:45 p.m. I urge that all of the delegates should be submit the draft resolution before 2:45 p.m. Thank you. Now, back to our agenda. Is there any points or motions on the floor? All right, delegates of Chad, thank you. Please state your motion.
Okay, thanks. Delegate of Chad. About presenting a third party to support the mediation process and moderated caucus.
Delegates of Chad, are you, could you repeat the topic of the moderated caucus?
So the delegate of Chad would like to present a motion on a moderated caucus about presenting a third party to support the mediation process.
The delegates of Chad is proposing a motion to support the third party involvement to resolve the conflict. How long is the time?
20 minutes, and 2 minutes is speaker time.
All right. The time is 20 to 2. This is a moderated caucus. Thank you, delegates of Chad. Now, we're going to move up. Is there any other points or motions? Please raise your placards. Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. All right. We are going to vote on the motion proposed by the delegates of Chad, which is the moderated caucus. By the total time of 20 minutes, 2 minutes each speaking time. Any delegates who agree on this motion proposed by the delegates of Chad, please raise your placards. Sorry, delegates, I think you don't hear clearly my words. Any delegates who agree to vote on this motion proposed by the delegates of Chad, please raise your placards. All right. All right. Seeing that 41 delegates have raised their placards, this motion has clearly passed. All right. Thank you. Now, we're moving to the speaker list. First, delegates of Chad, would you like to speak first or last?
Last.
All right. Delegates of Chad would like to speak last. Ms. Rapporteur. And now we're moving to the speaker list. Any delegates who would like to be added to the speaker list, please raise your placards. Delegates of Comoros, delegates of Albania, delegates of Bangladesh. Is that Bangladesh? I'm sorry. Delegates, could you? All right, that's Bangladesh. You've been acknowledged. Delegates of, what is that? Kazakhstan. Thank you. We have delegates of Somalia. We have delegates of Qatar. Thank you. We have delegates of Algeria. Please wait, delegates. All right. Delegates of, sorry. Could you state your country, Miss in the back? I'm sorry, the one. Could you state your country, Miss? Just say what your country is. With the mic, please.
Uganda.
I'm sorry? Could you repeat?
Uganda.
Uganda. All right, thank you, delegates of Uganda. Any more delegates? Is the delegates of Jordan. That is the last delegates on the list. All right, now we're moving to the beginning of the session with the first speaker is the delegates of Comoros. Please, delegates of Comoros, just wait a second.
Honorable Chair,
Yes,
the
you have
Union
the floor.
of Comoros proposed for immediate ceasefire, with the ceasefire agreement not to be violated by any party. The ceasefire is using for evacuate the civilians while wait for the mediation process by the two parties. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Comoros. Moving to the next delegate, we have the delegates of Albania. Please state your motion.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished delegates of Albania, promotes national reconciliation among the Sudanese community. This can be achieved through truth and reconciliation commissions, community dialogue, and initiatives that promotes interethnic and interreligious understanding. Reconciliation efforts are critical in healing past wounds and promoting social cohesion. Albania is pushing for the establishment of inclusive governance structures in Sudan that can help distribute political power more fairly and ensure that all communities have a stake in the decision-making process.
Thank you, delegates of Albania. Move up to, I'm sorry, did I notice? I think the board has noticed the delegates from Sudan has came back. Delegates of Sudan, would you like to clarify the thing that happens to you by coming to the front?
Okay, I would like to clarify the things. Okay, can I give the speech in the podium?
Yes, you have 1 minute of speaking time in front of the committee, please. If you can come up front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the delegates of Muslim countries. We would like to thank you for the concern over the problem that we are having in Sudan right now. We want to announce that we are in good health and ready to represent the current government of Muhammad Dagalo. Regarding the current situation in Sudan, we would like to ask all the delegates to recognize the government of Muhammad Dagalo and to help us under the name of unity and all of Islamic State to reach one solution for all. I hope that we can work hand in hand to bring a more prosperous Sudan and all the Islamic countries. Shukran, thank you, and may peace be upon you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, delegates of Sudan. You may go back to your seats. Thank you. I hope every other delegates in here will take notes of what is the clarification by the delegates of Sudan has been saying. But before that, before we entertain that situation, we're going to move up on the speaker list first. The next speaker on the speaker list is delegates from Bangladesh. Please, delegates of Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. We're from Bangladesh. We would like to state on the idea of the mediation of being one of the topics that talk regarding the potential refugees that were affected from the current situation with Sudan, and we would like to suggest of the humanitarian aids. That's all.
All right. Thank you, delegates of Bangladesh. Moving up on the speaker list is delegates from Kazakhstan. You have the floor.
We agree and support mediation in order to reach a peaceful and inclusive solution to the political crisis in Sudan. Kazakhstan calls on all military and paramilitary parties to uphold human rights, refrain from violence, and reopen communication to find a political solution. Kazakhstan supports the role of the OIC, the African Union, and Ethiopia as mediators between the military and civilian parties in Sudan. Kazakhstan appreciates the efforts made by this organization to help resolve the conflict in Sudan. Kazakhstan also supports the implementation of the transitional agreement signed by the two parties in August 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Kazakhstan. Moving up on the list is the delegate from Somalia. Please, you have the floor.
The commitment that contains on those declarations needs such an improvement by making a new regulations on tackling this issue. By considering OIC principle, the states members shall settle their disputes through peaceful means and refrains from the use or threat of use of force in their relations. We believe that use of mediations will be the most effective way to tackle these issues. And we would like to pursue all the members to not just concerns the Sudan's people, but also to the Sudan government to make their country back as a sovereign and independent country. We also need the Sudan consent on these solutions to avoid the government interference and breach of OIC principle. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Somalia. Before we move up on the speaker list, I would like to remind all of the delegates to submit the draft resolution. The deadline has passed. It is originally 2:45. So I urge for all of the delegates, all of the blocks that has been formed, please submit your draft resolution, because without the draft resolution, we cannot proceed to the next session. All right. Now, we have the delegates of Qatar. Please, the stage is yours.
All
Right. As we gather here today to address the pressing matter of the Sudan crisis, the state of Qatar stands as a nation committed to peace, justice, and the protection of human rights. Therefore, we reaffirm our persistent commitment to seeking solutions by engaging in diplomatic cooperations and cultivating global collaborations. In alignment with our commitment to support peace, Qatar places mediation efforts as its paramount priority. Qatar itself agrees in specific mediation programs that aims to convene a series of consultative meetings involving all relevant parties, rebel groups, regional actors, and the Sudanese government. Just like how the Sudan has mentioned earlier, there is nothing more important than integration for all of us. Therefore, we urge all citizens, stakeholders, and organizations to come and join our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Qatar. In the next list, we have the delegates of Algeria. Please, delegates of Algeria.
The Sudan Armed Conflict has been accused of human rights abuses and has been involved in over 155 civilian targeting incidents and over 300 reported civilian fatalities. Integrating them into the national armed force could help to reduce their power and prevent further abuse. Since independence in 1962, Algerian diplomacy plays an important role in mediating the resolution of crisis and conflict, especially in Africa, by relying on foundation and principles that constitute the doctrine of the country's foreign policy. Then we want to urge OIC member states to exert pressure on Sudan to cease the conflict, as it clearly violates the fundamental human rights to live in peace, freedom, and security. The international community firmly upholds the notion that attacking, killing, and infringing upon human rights are grave violations that must be subject to legal accountability. Consequently, the ongoing military actions in Sudan, which fall under the purview of international violation, should be immediately halted. In this regard, member states of the Organizations of Islamic Cooperation are urged to unite their effort in encouraging the International Court of Justice to adjudicate the impose appropriate sanctions to put an end to the military actions in Sudan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates of Algeria. Now we have the delegates of Uganda.
Okay, thank you. Based on research on conditional integration, conflict managed in war situation, we believe that an African Union-led mediation process promises a better and more stable peace agreement than a non-African mediation process. The African Union's mediation will bring on board Sudan immediate neighbor. This will give the country an opportunity to address their concern and interest in the conflict for a lasting peace agreement. The African Union successfully mediated in 2019 in Sudan after the military overthrew President Omar al-Bashir. This intervention helped at the time to prevent the country descend into a military dictatorship. It also helped align the demands of the Sudan's people in anticipation of the transition to civilian rule. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Uganda. Moving up next to the list, we have the delegates of Jordan. These delegates of Jordan, you may have the floor. Delegates of Jordan, please proceed quickly. We are losing much time.
We as Jordan recommend that we cooperation with the UN for mediation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the statement, delegates of Jordan. Now we're moving up to the proposal of the motion. The delegates of Chad, please, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Chad would like to remind that that is an emergency situation. Yeah, and presenting a third party was one of the last resort to end this conflict as soon as possible. The presence of third party, this is more powerful than Sudan allows them to end their conflict peaceful. The two parties, the two parties, they are in conflict should have a dialogue with supervision of a superior country and or organization such as the United Nations or any superior country. The purpose of presenting a third party is to become a mediator and bring both parties to discuss this matter in conflict. The party method proved to be successful in finishing this type of conflict. Back in 2005, EJAD member states helped end Sudan's long civil war in 2005. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Chad. Now that the speaker list have exhausted, we may move to the next section. But before that, I believe that one of the delegates have a question for me before, and I've misunderstood the question. After the draft resolution still needs the 2/3 majority of the vote to get passed. All right, I repeat, I may have misunderstood the question. Now, the draft resolution still needs the 2/3 majority of the total vote to get passed. That is my only announcement. Thank you so much. Moving to the chair.
Dear delegates, I have only acknowledged one draft resolution that's actually submitted by the delegates of Pakistan, Qatar, Lebanon, Iraq, and Djibouti. I seen there is 5 sponsors that is actually not in order. So there is only 2 maximum sponsors to be in order to be added to the draft resolution. So this draft resolution is not in order. So I suggest, because we still have 1 minute left, I suggest you to edit it and make sure there's only 2 sponsors and resubmit to me via email by now. I haven't received another draft resolution. There's only 1 resolution and on the floor. So I believe, since there is only 1 draft resolution, I would like to restate it one more time. Do you, all of the delegates, want these sessions to be a fail one? Because there is no draft resolutions, and meaning there is no output, which means your 3 committee session is nothing. You done nothing. It's nothing has been achieved until now. So I would like to remind you, I just going to be this. If there is an extension until, I don't know, it cannot be proceeded that way. Please be punctual. This is the last warning. This is the last warning. The draft resolution can be submitted at 15:05, 15 past 5 minutes. I hope there is another draft resolution, because there is only 1 draft resolution on the floor. So we will wait until then. And also, I would like to remind you, I believe the document example are already sent to you. which the draft resolution and working paper is not the same, where there's in draft resolution there is a header, there is a sponsor, there is a signatories, and there is a preambulatory clauses part, and the operative clauses part, which the key solutions. If you're not divided, please divide it, because it's a different thing between the preambulatory clauses and the operative clauses. Thank you, delegates. We will wait another 3 minutes. 3 minutes left. We will wait for you. Aku masukin ke sekalian. Jadilah itu, jadi. Bilang satu belum dengar. Ini. Oh iya, ada sepeda. The time has elapsed. Before we proceed to the next sessions, we would like for you to read both of the DR in the same time to save some times, and then we would like to raise the motions to presentation of the DR. So for now, it's only for the reading of the both of the DR, which actually there is 2 draft resolution that is already submitted. And we hope you guys can read it first. And there is 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Timer, please. Troubleshooter, timer. Timer for 2 minutes to read both of the DR. 3 minutes lah. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yes, both of them to save some times, since we don't have much time. So this is the reading time for both the DR. I believe the tutor already said that there's already distributed to all of your classroom group WhatsApp. So the time starts now. The time has elapsed. Under the chair discussions, we will proceed to the introduction of the draft resolutions. So, for those delegates who have points or motion, please raise your placard now. Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. Delegates of Pakistan.
So the delegates of Pakistan would like to propose a motion introducing draft resolution.
I would like to inform the first 1.1 is still the same, that is proposed by the Pakistan and Qatar and Albania and others, and the second draft resolution is for the Republic of Niger and United Arab Emirates. So which draft resolution you like to introduce, the 1.1 or 1.2?
1.1.
1.1, all right. So introduction of the draft resolution of 1.1. And then Are there any points or motions? Okay, under the chair directive, this motion is automatically passed because this is what we need right now. So delegates of Pakistan, please stand upon the podium. You will start your presentation. And the time, again, under the chair directive, there is no editing of the time. It's only 10 minutes, including the Q&A sessions. Please step forward into the podium, delegates of Pakistan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. The delegates of Pakistan is delighted to be part of the annual OIC Youth Conference. We hope that our fellow delegates will engage in relevant debates in order to make this conference productive. Let's all take wise decisions after considering every resolution. Bear in mind that the OIC was created to make a better world and not to satisfy an individual will. The delegates of Pakistan would like to share you our block preoccupation regarding the main points. This is the draft resolution submitted to Organization of Islamic Cooperation with the sponsor country is the Pakistan and Qatar. With the signatories are Albania, Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Egypt, Djibouti, Guinea, Iraq, Nigeria, Oman, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Uganda, and Yemen. So deeply concerned, Sudan civilization needs a leader to lead the state. Considering their system of country is democratic, we initiate the concrete solution through election and voting process. Acknowledging RSF is taking over the election, admitting that there must be a leader to lead the Sudan nation, aware that the Sudan conflict has resulted in several humanitarian crises with countless lives lost, bearing in mind that the Sudan civilization suffered from crisis since the previous internal war, affirming member states to approve the urgency of mediation, desiring member states to support peace-building efforts for the Sudan crisis, confident the OIC members and other organizations' success to fulfill the resolution. Therefore, we would like to propose solutions include but not limited to encourage the African Union view acts on non-compliance as non-peaceful and call on African Union members to discuss reaching an agreement. Seeking countries with close economic relation to Sudan can exert pressure on the warring parties to negotiate a ceasefire by using their financial court. Calls upon UNHCR and UNMIS to provide shelter for refugees in a country that accommodates and protects the rights and condition of refugees, recalling member states to seek security assistance to evacuate citizens affected by conflict, consider member states to participate in medical assistance in the form of medicine and medical shelter for victims who are affected by conflict. It is not acceptable that a country having internal conflict such as Sudan, however, the other state didn't participate to giving assistance in order to help Sudan reconcile and create peaceful world. Nonetheless, the block of this state resolution wants nothing more than to protect all of us. So, Pakistan and other delegates, including in this block, is in favor and support this resolution and the other resolution to be presented in this committee over the next few hours. Let's all have a wise purpose here. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, delegates of Pakistan, for your presentations. So for those delegates, Pakistan still has 7 minutes and 4 seconds to answer your questions. So for those who has questions, please raise your placard now. Delegates of Somalia.
Thank you, the chairmans. We would like to ask on the draft resolution that has been submitted by the Pakistan and alliance, especially on the considering their system country is democratic, we initiate the contract solution through election voting process. Is it breach the OIC principle on the non-interference? Because the democratization, it has to be their sovereignty and their national in national capabilities, not our capability. Thank you.
Pakistan, do you recognize the questions?
Yeah, Somalia, can you please repeat your question? We didn't get it.
Okay, the question is, considering their system of country into...
Sorry, delegates of Pakistan, there is only one person is allowed in the podium because two of you is answering the question. Is not allowed. One is only accompanying, not speaking. Both of you is not speaking. It's not allowed. Okay. Sorry, Somalia, for the interruption. You could restate your question. Sorry for apologizing for the interruptions.
Okay, thank you, the chairmans. We would like to ask on the point, considering their system of country is democratic, we initiate the contract solution through election voting process. Do the democratization as a solution, it will be breach the OIC principle, yes or no? Thank you.
Yes, we agree that it is still in values with the OIC. Okay, so I guess you're still questioning our solutions because we haven't systematically elaborated our solution. What we mean by democracy is by voting an election, which doesn't necessarily mean that we are contributing. So OIC has values, specific values, which are allowed and which are not allowed, and the ones that, according to our understandings, the OIC, they do not align with military or anything in the form of military. So what we mean by democracy voting is that we accept the fact that RSF can have a contribution to the government of Sudan, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they have the authority. So we are just accepting the fact that they can have a contribution, but the final decision is made by the civilians, made by the citizens, made by the voting. So as long as it's just voting and it doesn't require any military or any weapons, then we think that it's still inside the values of OIC. Thank you.
Delegates of Pakistan, are there any questions on the floor, delegates? Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. Seeing none, delegates of Pakistan, you could go back to your designated seats, please. Moving on to back to the formal debate. So for now, under the chair discussions, there is only one motion is allowed, is in order, is the introduction of the second DR. So for those, are there any points or motion, delegates? If you don't want to raise this motion, which means you don't want your draft resolutions to be recognized. Oh, yeah, delegation of Niger.
Thank you, Chair. Niger would like to present the draft resolution.
All right, thank you, delegation of Niger. So for those under the chair discretion, this is automatically passed. So delegation of Niger, you could prepare yourself in the podium right now. Okay, the time will start as soon as you start speaking. Again, the same as previously. Your time you only have 10 minutes, and it's also include the question and answer time. Okay.
Good afternoon, delegates. Here, Niger will present about the draft resolution. First, the draft resolution 1.1. 1.2, sorry. And the sponsor is the Republic of Niger, the United Arab Emirates, and the signatories are the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, the Republic of Azerbaijan, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Republic of Burkina Faso, the Republic of Chad, Islamic Republic of Gambia, the Republic of Islam Iran, the Republic of Indonesia, the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam, Republic of Iran, the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, State of Libya, Kingdom of Morocco, the Republic of Senegal, Republic of Sierra Leone, the Federal Republic of Somalia, Republic of Suriname, the Republic of Tunisia, the Republic of Turkmenistan, Bangladesh, the Gabon Republic, Islamic Republic of Gambia, Republic of Cameroon, Republic of Uzbekistan, and the very crucial time, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the topic is about Sudan Armed Conflict. For the preambulatory clause, Niger would to read the draft. First, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, guided by Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Cairo Declaration that stated the basic rights of human rights and therefore cannot be violated. Recalling the Jeddah Declaration in 2023, which aims to protecting civilians by enhancing security, peace, and stability. Acknowledging the emergency situation has huge impact for Sudan's sovereignty, whether the government and the Sudanese people. Authorizes the all OIC states members to be fully support to help the Sudan and tackle this military of RSF and the citizen. Emphasizing the collaboration would be the best solution of tackle Sudan political crisis, reaffirming the principle ensured in the OIC Charter, particularly the respect of national sovereignty, democracy, and the rule of law, and 4 operative clauses. First, we request OIC member countries, particularly Uni Emirat Arab, Saudi Arabia, and Arabian countries to conduct a diplomatic approach with RSF to solve the Sudan political crisis. Next, calls for cooperation with higher international institutions such as the UN to tackle the Sudan political crisis. And for the sub-point, first, the cooperation could be with the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, or UNODA. The cooperation could be with the United Nations Mission in Sudan, or UNMS. And the last sub-point is the cooperation could be with the United Nations Peacekeeping with the Office of Military Affairs, or UNPOMA. The third operative clause emphasizes to solve this conflict through mediation as an immediate solution that held in neutral spot that will be held in Chad. Fourth, having devoted attention to ensure the safety of the head of state of Sudan. And the last is held meeting of the Arab League and the African League to cooperate in humanitarian projects related to the conflict in Sudan and pressured the 2 Sudanese military factions to make peace. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Delegation of Niger. The delegation of Niger still has 6 minutes and 7 seconds. So for those delegates who has questions upon the draft resolutions, you could please raise your placard now. Yes, delegation of Sudan.
Okay, thank you. So in your operative clause that you have mentioned about to solve this conflict through mediation, that mediation has been done before and it didn't go well, then would mediation effort will be effective in this conflict? Thank you. Do you get the question?
It is still yes or no.
Yeah. Sorry, delegation of Sudan. We hear that We listen that your question is not a yes or no question, so could you please rephrase your questions to be a yes or no questions? Thank you.
I think it's yes or no, like it would or it would not. Would the mediation efforts?
You could change your questions also, it's okay.
Will the mediation efforts will be effective? In
Yes,
resolving
we
the
believe.
conflict? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we believe. So for maybe short explanation, Niger would like to say that at the last moment, we get the most crucial part for this negotiation, which is great cooperation with Saudi Arabia and Uni Emirat Arab. So we believe by doing cooperation with RSF in dealing with Sudan political crisis will be a great potential solution to facing the Sudan political crisis. I hope this can answer your state question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegation of Niger. Are there any questions on the floor, delegates towards, okay, delegates of Saudi Arabia?
Okay, you mentioned before about call out for companies with a higher international institutions such as the United Nations to deal with the Sudanese political crisis, right? Do you think this will be effective because basically UN or United Nations, also does not have the capability to prosecute Sudan, especially to faction military in Sudan? Thank you.
Okay, yes, it will effective. Maybe as an explanation, we believe that cooperation with high institutions such as the UN is not only can help the emergence conflict in Sudan political crisis, but other sub-conflict such as in refugees and also humanitarian crisis. So besides can be a potential solution and support to solve this Sudan political crisis, the UN also can help to assist other sub issues in Sudan political crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Niger. Are there any more questions on the floor, delegates? Counting once, counting twice, counting thrice. Seeing none. Thank you so much, delegation of Niger. You could go back to your designated seats.
Thank you.
Okay, so for now, we will proceed to the next session, which are voting of the draft resolutions. So we will do a roll call first. Please open the voting sheet. Okay, so the first draft resolution is submitted by the delegation of Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, the sponsors. Okay, for the 1.1, the sponsor are delegation of Pakistan and delegation of Saudi Arabia. So for now, we will do a roll call first. Roll call first, yeah. No, don't vote yet, just a roll call. Thank you.
All right, delegates, we're back. We are back on the roll call. Now, sorry. All right. We will just directly proceed to the roll call. The first delegates is the delegates of Afghanistan.
Present.
Afghanistan is present. Next one is delegates of Albania.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Albania. The third one is the delegates of Algeria.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Algeria. The next one is the delegates of Azerbaijan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Bahrain.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Bangladesh.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Brunei.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Brunei. The next one is delegates of Burkina Faso.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Next up is delegates of Cameroon.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Cameroon. Delegates of Chad.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of the Comoros.
Present and voting.
Present and voting. Thank you. Delegates of Djibouti.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Egypt.
Present and voting.
Present and voting. Thank you, delegates of Egypt. Next up is delegates of Gabon.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Gambia.
Present and voting.
Present and voting. Thank you, delegates of Gambia. Delegates of Guinea.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of the Republic of Indonesia.
Delegates of Republic Indonesia present.
Thank you, delegates of Indonesia. Delegates of the Islamic State of Iran.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Iraq.
The delegates of Iraq is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Jordan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Jordan. Delegates of Kazakhstan.
The delegates of Kazakhstan present and voting.
Thank you, present and voting, delegates of Kazakhstan. Delegates of Kuwait.
The delegates of Kuwait present and voting.
Present and voting, thank you. Delegates of Kyrgyzstan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Kyrgyzstan. Delegates of Lebanon.
Present and voting.
Present and voting, thank you, delegates of Lebanon. Delegates of Libya.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Malaysia.
Delegates of Malaysia is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Malaysia. Delegates of Maldives.
The delegate Maldives present.
Delegates of Maldives is present. Delegates of Mali.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Morocco.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Morocco. Delegates of Mozambique.
Present and voting.
Present and voted. Thank you. Delegates of Niger.
Present and voting.
Present and voted. Delegates of Nigeria.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Oman.
Present and voting.
Present and voted. Delegates of Pakistan.
The delegates of Pakistan present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Pakistan. Delegates of the Palestinian occupied territory.
Palestinian territory is present and voting.
Thank you, thank you. Delegates of the Qatar.
The delegate of Qatar is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Qatar. Delegates of Saudi Arabia. Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
Sorry, the delegates of Saudi Arabia present and voting.
Thank you so much. Delegates of Senegal.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Senegal. Delegates of Sierra Leone.
Present and voting.
Present and voting. Thank you. Delegates of the Somalia.
Delegates of Somalia present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Sudan.
The delegates of Sudan is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Sudan. Delegates of Suriname.
Delegates of Suriname is present and voting.
Thank you, delegates of Suriname. Delegates of Tajikistan.
The delegate of Tajikistan present and voting.
Present and voted. Thank you. Delegates of Tunisia.
Present and voting.
Delegates of Tunisia is present and voted. Delegates of Turkey.
Delegates of Turkey present and voting.
Delegates of Turkey is present and voting. Thank you. Delegates of Turkmenistan.
Present and voting.
Present and voting. Thank you, delegates of Turkmenistan. Delegates of Uganda.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of United Arab Emirates.
The
Delegates of
delegate of United Arab Emirates, present and voting.
Thank you so much. Present and voting. Delegates of Uzbekistan.
Present.
Delegates of Uzbekistan is present. Delegates of Yemen.
The delegates of Yemen is present and voting.
All right. Thank you. That concludes the roll call. Now we are proceeding to the voting procedure of the first draft resolution, which is the draft resolution 1.1. All right. Submitted by the delegates of Pakistan and the delegates of Qatar. Now, we'll begin the voting procession. First one is the delegates of Afghanistan. Do you agree, yes or no, to the draft resolution?
Disagree.
Disagree. Delegates of Albania.
Yes, agree.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Algeria.
Agree.
Agree. Thank you. Delegates of Azerbaijan.
Disagree.
I'm sorry, delegates of Azerbaijan?
Disagree.
Disagree. Thank you. Delegates of Bahrain.
Agree.
Thank you, delegates of Bahrain. Delegates of Bangladesh.
Agree.
Delegates of Bangladesh is agree. Delegates of Brunei Darussalam.
Disagree.
Disagree. Thank you. Delegates of Burkina Faso.
Disagree.
Thank you. Delegates of Cameroon.
Disagree.
All right. Delegates of Chad.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Disagree.
Excuse me, Chairman. I said disagree and not agree. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Only points will be in order. Do you have a points? Delegates of Bangladesh.
We didn't agree. We disagree.
That is a point of order, delegates of Bangladesh. Do you want to state a point of order first? Do you want to change your points to disagree?
Yes.
Yes. For the next delegate who wants to change the vote, then please proceed with saying points of order. If you would like to. All right, we're going to proceed with the voting. Now is the delegates of the Comoros.
Yes, we agree.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Djibouti.
Yes, we agree.
For all of the delegates who stating agree or disagree or yes or no, please be clear. It's better for you to say your country first and then say yes or no, or say agree to the draft resolution 1.1 or saying disagree. So be clear, so there is no point of order in the forward. Okay.
All right, delegates, I hope the instruction is clear. You may proceed with the voting by saying your country name first and then saying whether you agree or disagree to the draft resolution. We now will proceed to delegates of Djibouti.
Yes, Djibouti is agree with the draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you so much, delegates of Djibouti. Next up is delegates of Egypt.
The delegates of Egypt agree with draft resolutions 1.1.
Thank you so much. Delegates of Gabon.
Delegates of Gabon disagree draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you. Delegates of Gabon. Now the next up is delegates of Gambia.
The delegates of Gambia is disagree with this draft resolution.
You are disagreeing with the draft resolution, am I correct, delegates of Gambia?
Yes, we disagree.
Thank you. Delegates of Guinea.
The delegates of Guinea agree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Guinea. Delegates of Indonesia.
Delegates of Indonesia is disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Delegates of Indonesia, you disagree with the draft resolution?
Yes, we are disagree.
All right, thank you so much. Delegates of Iran.
The delegate of Iran disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegates of Iraq.
The delegates of Iraq vote for agree.
Delegates of Europe agreed. Delegates of Jordan.
Delegates of Jordan is disagree with 1.1.
Delegates of Jordan disagrees. The next up is delegates of Kazakhstan.
The delegates of Kazakhstan disagreed with the draft resolution 1.1.
You are disagreed, delegates of Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Points of order, sorry.
Yes. Who is it? May you raise your placards? All right.
Okay, just to make sure, can a state vote for yes? Can a state vote yes for these two draft resolution? So we vote yes for all these two.
Thank you, delegates, for your points.
Okay.
I'm sorry, delegates, that is not in order. You cannot vote agree or yes for both of the draft resolution.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood your points. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, I asked if a state can vote yes for all the draft resolution.
Just you can say it before. Yeah, you can vote yes upon both of the draft resolution. Yes, you can. We thought that you said that can you vote 2 times in one draft resolution? So no. So yeah, you can vote on both the yes, yes, or no, no, or abstain, abstain. That is on you. All right. Thank you. We shall moving on to the next voting procedure, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next delegate is from the delegates of Kuwait.
The delegates of Kuwait disagree with draft resolution.
All right, delegates of Kuwait disagrees with the draft resolution. Next up is the delegates of Kyrgyzstan.
Delegates of Kyrgyzstan disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates. The next up is we have the delegates of Lebanon.
Lebanon was agree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Lebanon. Next up is delegates of Libya.
Delegates of Libya disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Delegates of Libya disagrees. Delegates of Malaysia.
Delegates from Malaysia disagree about draft resolution.
Thank you, delegates of Malaysia. The next up is delegates of Maldives.
The delegates of Maldives disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Maldives. Next up is delegates of Mali.
The delegates of Mali disagrees with the draft resolution.
I'm sorry, delegates of Mali, could you restate your...
The delegates of Mali disagrees.
Thank you, delegates of Mali. Next up is delegates of Morocco.
The delegates of Morocco disagree with the draft 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Morocco. Next up is delegates of Mozambique.
Delegate of Mozambique is disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you so much. Delegates of Niger.
The delegates of Niger disagree with the draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you so much, delegates of Niger. Delegates of Nigeria.
The delegate of Nigeria voting for agree for draft resolution 1.1.
Delegates of Niger, you're agreeing to the draft resolution, am I correct?
Yes.
All right. Delegates of Niger agreed. Move up to delegates of Nigeria. Oh, I'm sorry. I may have mistaken. That is the delegates of Nigeria. The next up is the delegates of Oman.
The delegates of Oman agree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Oman. Delegates of Pakistan.
The delegates of Pakistan agree with the draft resolution 1.1.
Yeah, delegates of Pakistan agrees. Delegates of the occupied territory of Palestine.
Delegates of Palestine is agree with the draft resolution 1.1.
All right, delegates of Palestine agrees. Delegates of Qatar.
The delegate of Qatar agrees with the draft resolutions 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Qatar. Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
The delegates of Saudi Arabia disagree to draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Saudi Arabia. Next up is delegates of Senegal.
The delegates of Senegal disagree with the draft 1.1.
Thank you. Delegates of Sierra Leone.
The delegates Sierra Leone disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Delegates of Sierra Leone disagrees. Move up to the delegates of Somalia.
Delegates of Somalia is disagree.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Sudan.
The delegates of Sudan agree with the draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Sudan. Delegates of Suriname.
The delegates of Suriname is disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you so much, delegates. Delegates of Tajikistan.
Delegate of Tajikistan is disagree for draft resolution.
Tajikistan disagrees with the draft resolution. Next up is delegates of Tunisia.
Tunisia disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Tunisia. Delegates of Turkey.
Delegates of Turkey is agree with the draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Turkmenistan.
Delegate of Turkmenistan disagree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Turkmenistan. Delegates of Uganda.
Delegate of Uganda is agree with draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates of Uganda. Delegates of United Arab Emirates.
The delegates of United Arab Emirates is disagree with draft 1.1 solution.
Thank you, delegates of United Arab Emirates. Next up is delegates of Uzbekistan.
The delegate of Uzbekistan is disagree to draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you, delegates. The last one is the delegates of Yemen.
The delegate of Yemen agrees to the draft resolution 1.1.
Thank you so much, delegates of Yemen.
All right, delegates, since my partner has exhausted, so I will reveal the result for the first draft resolution 1.1. It's failed because it only has 17 yeses and we need 33 because the two-third majority of this is 33, so this is failed. All right, delegates, please make sure you're not saying not something that is outside of your consistencies. So because we don't have much time, we shall moving on to this the second voting, which is the voting of DR 1.2, with the sponsor of the Republic of Nigeria and the United Arab Emirates. Please make it quick. Please make it loud and clear, because we all know you want to go home. Okay? First, the delegates of Afghanistan.
Yes.
Delegates of Albania.
Yes.
Delegates of Algeria.
Agree.
Delegates of Azerbaijan.
Yes.
Delegates of Bahrain.
Yes.
Delegates of Bangladesh.
Agree.
Delegates of Brunei Darussalam.
Agree.
Delegates of Burkina Faso.
Agree.
Delegates of Cameroon.
Yes.
Delegates of Chad.
Yes.
Delegates of Comoros.
Yes.
Delegates of Djibouti.
Agree.
Delegates of Egypt.
Agree.
Delegates of Gabon.
Yes.
Delegates of Gambia.
Yes.
Delegates of Guinea.
Agree.
Are you just, sorry delegates, are you just say yes just to make sure it's done? Because it's not in order, okay?
Yes.
Please make sure it's aligned with your consistencies, okay? Please, this is still a formal session. It's not finished yet. All right, thank you, delegates. We move on to
Okay.
delegates of Indonesia.
Yes.
Delegates of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yes.
Delegates of Iraq.
Agree.
Delegates of Jordan.
Yes.
Delegates of Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Delegates of Kuwait.
Yes.
Delegates of Kyrgyzstan.
Yes.
Delegates of Lebanon.
Yes.
Delegates of Libya.
Yes.
Delegates of Malaysia.
Agree.
Delegates of Maldives. Delegates of Maldives.
Yes.
Mali.
Yes.
Morocco.
Yes.
Delegates of Mozambique.
Yes.
Delegates of Niger.
Yes.
Delegates of Nigeria.
Yes.
Delegates of Oman.
No.
Thank you. Delegates of Pakistan.
No.
Delegates of occupied territory of Palestinian.
No.
Delegates of Qatar.
No.
Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
Delegates of Saudi Arabia is agree with the draft resolution 1.2.
Thank you, delegates of Saudi Arabia. Moving on to the next is the delegates of Senegal.
Agree.
Delegates of Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Delegates of Somalia.
Yes.
Delegates of Sudan.
Yes.
Delegate of Suriname.
Yes.
Delegates of Tajikistan.
Yes.
Delegates of Tunisia.
Yes.
Delegates of Turkey.
Yes.
Delegates of Turkmenistan.
Yes.
Delegates of Uganda.
No.
Delegates of United Emirates Arab.
Yes.
Delegates of Uzbekistan.
Yes.
Delegates of Yemen.
No.
All right. Thank you, delegates. This draft resolution is clearly passed. Yeah, clap your hand. But this still in a formal sessions, so you cannot be happy yet. So yeah, you can be happy, but thank God, Godspeed, this is passed. So congratulations for the first block. And so now we're moving on to the formal debate, which in this case, there is only one motions that is in order is the adjournment of the meeting. So for those who want to raise a motions, please raise your hand. Please raise your placard. Delegates of Niger.
Thank you, Chair. Niger would like to close this debate. Thank you.
Adjournment of the debate?
Yeah, adjournment to the debate. Thank you.
Okay, I thought you said Armored Caucus. Okay. All right. So for those delegates who are agree upon this motion, please raise your placard. If you don't raise your placard, you don't go home. You stay here until tonight. Raise your placard, every delegates. All right, it is overwhelmingly yes, so that's the adjournment of the meeting. That's it. All right, you can lower your placard and you can clap your hand. Congratulations. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin, mashallah.
Congratulations, all of you.
All right, congratulations, dear delegates, honorable delegates. Since we are exhausted, so I'm just going to make a closing statement. We are proud of you. Yeah, we actually have been desperate earlier because there is, yeah, alhamdulillah. Because I thought there will be no draft resolutions. I was desperate, we are desperate, and I thought there will be amendment. And yeah, I don't have any further. Any of you have a closing statement? No?
Okay, so for all of the delegates from all of the classes, which IP, A, B, C, or starting from the first session, which is the online, and until the third session, until we do the final, thanks a lot for doing the hard work and for giving all of your time and ability to be staying here until it's final. Just to note that make sure all of this is part of like your task, all of it's part of your college, university task only, but please do not see this only for the final exam or formalities, but see this as the substantial to critical thinking, to be teamwork, to gain more knowledge. So we hope that this session, not only for formalities, but for you to learn more and to encourage more friends, of course, and of course, more substantials. So we a little bit concerned that these are a little bit like a stagnancy during the session, but thank God that you guys are also feeling excited until the final session, until this final. So we hope that it is a sign that you guys are also enjoying and getting more knowledge regarding this whole session. That's from all of the BOD. We are really sorry if there is a lot of inconvenience regarding the first and until this final session. I think that's all.
Okay, one more thing I want to say. This SDC is really sangat berharga. Sorry if I said it in Indonesia. This is really great things to do for you because there is a lot of things you can learn from this. We would like to apologize if we say something inappropriate or we are way too mean to you. We would like to apologize for everything, every mistake that we made because the only perfect thing, the only perfection is Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Masya Allah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. It's done, it's finished. So please clap your hands for Mr. Rizky Utama.
Thank you, Chair. It was a really wonderful day with a lot of dramas. How are you? Good?
Tired.
Hungry? Don't worry, the coffee break is waiting outside. Okay. Before that, I'm here to actually close the meeting. First of all, give a round of applause for us all today. It was very good. However, during this simulation, of course, there is a room for evaluation. Yeah, to be a better person later on. So here, we note some things happening, something that could intrigue a disappointment, yeah, from the lecturers, of course, in this situation. Of course, many of you have already done very good with very good struggle as well. But we indicate there are actually some groups that didn't really manage their teamwork very well, which actually you could have done better. Because, you know, in the future, you cannot choose whom you will work with. So you have to work with any kind of person, and you have to overcome any problem with those persons. Yeah? And it's actually very, it's actually based on our observation, especially during the unmoderated caucus, but also in the moderated caucuses. That's actually what we observe. Some groups could not maintain their teamwork very well, which actually you could have done better. It's not all of you, there are actually some groups, and secondly, what's actually become an evaluation is, if you have been announced anything in class, please pay attention to that. For example, who to speak during which sessions. It's something that we've already talked in the class. Why you still ask that in the middle of the meeting? That's raised a question. Do you listen to us in the class or you don't? Yeah, it's one of the intriguing questions. So after this, whenever you have any kind of classes, please do listen to the announcement, whatever the announcement is. And please taking carefully on that announcements, rules that's actually being applied to you anytime later on. Because you know what, if you take my class later in global lobby group, you will learn that you can do everything you can do, but without breaking any law or rules. You can do everything without breaking the rules. That's actually a very simple rule for any kind of situation. Yeah, but here I saw that we have made a rule. We have created. I and of course my colleagues, we have prepared everything here for the students. But unfortunately, there are actually some students, I don't say all of you, but there are actually some students who actually try to break the rule, yeah, or maybe because they're not really aware, so they accidentally break the rule, which actually is still a mistake, however, yeah, so please note for that, for your future, yeah, always do a good teamwork. And then second one, follow the rules. Any kind of rules that you have in your life. You can do everything in this life, but don't break the rule. And then lastly, almost after half of the day, I can say that the dynamics was not there yet. And even we had to create a crisis. We had to create a drama with the chair, yeah. So then the dynamics could go there, and then for example, I give you an example. One of the very important discussion is not discussed until the midday. What is this? What is that? It's RSF. You don't talk about it. That's actually the problem in Sudan. Yeah. So please make sure. Yeah, for, I don't know, maybe anything in the future, whenever you do something, do it fully with your heart and, of course, prepare everything very carefully. Yeah, so those are some evaluations from me, but other than that, yeah, it's time for the announcement. Yeah, ooh. Okay, it's announcement of best delegates. I have to note something. We don't have best delegates for this year. It's because there are some indications of teamwork failure. Yeah, so we could not give anyone or our nominee the best delegates. But we extend the best delegations into 3. Okay, so the first one. Drum roll, please. The first best delegation is Afghanistan. Okay. Second, drum roll, please. Somalia. And then the last one, drum roll, please. It's Ni or Ni? Niger. Niger. Okay, but we have one, is actually, we call it honorable mention, is because the group already worked hard, we observed it, and even though it's not like the main actor of these discussions, but we see that they have done a lot of it. And the honorable mention goes to the delegation of Brunei Darussalam. Okay. So I think that's all for the announcement. Another announcement is, don't forget, for any one of you who are already eligible for table manner course tomorrow, please make sure to wear black tie attire. If you don't know what black tie attire is where the men wear the bow tie, yeah, and then the woman wear dresses. But of course, if you don't have it, if you don't have any time for that, you can still use batik. You can still use your two-piece suit with tie. It's fine. Okay. I think that let me scroll up again. If I missed something, please wait a minute. I'm afraid that I missed something. Yeah, please wait. It's in here, I guess. Wait a second. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that's all. And I would like to thank everyone today for coming to this event. We really love to host all of you today. And I hope this could be an experience of a lifetime for everyone. And you can learn from your mistakes. You know what? The best teacher is actually your life, and where you can get it from your own mistakes. If you never make mistakes, you will not learn anything, okay? You might be disappointed with yourself in some degree, but don't despair, because it's actually something that you can learn. There is something that you can learn from the mistakes. You might be happy now, you might be sad now, but whatever it is, we always have to give our thanks to our one and only God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, therefore, let's recite Hamdalah to close this session. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. See you, maybe some of you will be the committee along with us in next year. And next year, maybe you can be like some of the seniors that you see here, you see at the front. You might be eligible and you might be helping us on arranging this later on. Okay, once again, give a round of applause to everyone. And I close this meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.